And there we go.
We are live.
And turning off the comments and saving. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Welcome to sightedmoon.com. And we are now, no, you're, what?
You got to start the regular recording.
Ah, another button. Okay. Where's that one? There it is. Record on this computer. Okay, are we ready now? I think so. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Welcome to StudyMoon.com. This is Joe Dumond, one of the hosts here. And I just want to say thank you to everyone who's helping to make this these Shabbat meetings take place. We have, again, this week, half the team disappeared somewhere. And I'm here this time, but it's just Shane and I and Rose. And I'm just thankful we got a depth of people that can take over for the other people and help make this all come about. And Shane, you didn't tell me to do an opening prayer.
Yeah, that's next.
That's next. Okay, so I got to carry on my monologue until he tells me, right?
Gary's doing the opening prayer.
Okay. Gary, all the way from down under, can you do the opening prayer for us before I forget all about it and get going?
Amen. Father, we come before you. You are worthy of praise and honor and glory forever and forever. We bow before you, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. There is no one higher than you, and we come to glorify your name. We ask you today, Father, to walk among us. Your word says that where any two or three are gathered in your name, there you are in the midst of them. And so, Father, we ask for you to open our eyes that we can see and open our ears that we can hear as well as listen to what your word is actually saying. We ask you to open up our ears that we can have true understanding of what your word is revealing to us. We honor you today, Father. We thank you so very much that you love us, and we are learning what it really means to love you by obeying your word. So, Father, be glorified today during this time. In the name of Yeshua, we thank you. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Brian. And there's one more little button I got to push here to highlight the speaker. And I don't know where that one button is. Maybe Shane, if you can find it, is under videos. Oops.
I do not know where that's at, sir. I think it's going to be on your end because you're recording.
Yeah, I don't know where it is either. Oh, well, it is what it is. Today is Saturday, Shabbat, May 31st, 2020. I keep saying 26 or 27. That's where my brain is focused. It's actually 2025. I apologize. I keep doing that in everything I'm writing. It's also I believe it's the third day of the fourth month in the year 5861 after the creation of Adam. So we have started the fourth month. Now other people are just starting their third month. The Hillel calendar people will be keeping Shavuot on June 2nd, which is Tuesday or Monday or Tuesday. Or actually they keep Shavuot for 2 days, maybe 3, if they're in the diaspora. And I got to ask, why do they do that when they have communications back to the land of Israel? But that's a tradition that they've kept on doing. And the Karaite people will be keeping Shavuot on June 8th, 1 week from tomorrow. I am thrilled that they are keeping Shavuot. That's awesome. And I'm not critiquing that at all. What I am critiquing is their understanding of the calendar. So I want to encourage you all to remind them that right now the wheat harvest in Israel is half done, half over. In the south it's done. In the north it's still going on. you're to take the first fruits, not the last fruits, not the mid fruits. And we have a video about Cain and Abel, where why is Cain's offering rejected? The reason his offering is rejected is because he took it from the end of the season. The end of the season, not the first fruits, the end of the season. I used to think it was rejected because it was, fruits and vegetables. But it's not. It was not the first fruits. It's taken from the common or the collective pile of all the fruits, not the first fruits. So Shavuot right now, if you're taking the first fruits, that means you had to harvest them almost 2 months ago or a month and a half ago, or no, a month ago, and then hold on to them all this time. So that's why we kept Shavuot on May 4th. Next month, the 5th month, we will be looking for the first fruits of the grapes. And we look for the first fruits of the grapes, not to make an offering, but because on the 9th of Av, the Israelites brought back the big cluster of grapes from the Valley of Escol. So again, that tells us we're also on the right timing when we see the first fruits of grapes being harvested in the 5th month. So I'm just pointing this out. Again, people say I'm causing division by doing this, but that's not right. It's them who is causing division by not keeping Jehovah's holy days at the right time. If you're going to say I'm causing division for pointing these errors out, then we should not be keeping Sabbath on Saturday. We should be keeping Sabbath on Sunday, because otherwise we're causing division amongst all the churches. Okay, you see the crazy thinking that's going on? We're doing the Sabbath to be obedient to God. We're doing the holy days at the right time to be obedient to God. And I want to encourage you all, study into it. Make that a study subject so that you learn it. Those of you that are new, we do a 3.5-year Torah study, which means that we go through the entire Torah once every 3.5 years and twice in a sabbatical cycle. Linda, what can I do for you now? Go ahead.
Well, you hit a chord as far as you said the 9th of Av was the grape harvest, but isn't the 9th of Av when both temples were destroyed?
That's right. That's also, if you go back to Numbers, I forget what chapter, but Numbers, I want to say 13, when they came back from the land, they came back and they brought a bad report back to God when they went to spy out the land. And in that report, they also brought back this huge pile of grapes, this huge cluster of grapes between two men. So that's why we know the grapes are ready on the 9th of Av, which is the 9th day of the 5th month. There's no feast for that time. It's just another check to see when we are. Now, that also goes back to another time when Joseph was thrown in the pit. There is belief that that time when he's thrown in the pit and sold to the Midianites was also the 9th of Av. So we have these curses or these things that take place on that day from disobedience. So looking at the grapes is not disobedience, just looking at another check at what time of year we are. Are we in sync with Jehovah's plan of creation?
Thank you.
Okay. We are now going to, so yeah, we're doing the 3.5-year Torah portion. And if you're new, we let you ask questions like Linda just did. Put up your hand, find the little button down the bottom here, put up your hand. If you're watching us on YouTube, you can't do that. You're going to have to join us live to do that. Go to sightofmoon.com and hit join our Shabbat meetings. And you can do that here. I think I'm ready. Shane, are you ready?
You ready to bless the readers?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
He who blessed our forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, may he bless Angela, Glenn, Tom, Holly, Ella, and Susan, because they have come up to raise the Torah, and because they shall re-roll the Torah. As a reward for this, may the Holy One, blessed is He, protect them and rescue them from every trouble and distress, from every plague and illness, and may He send blessing and success in their every endeavor. together with all Israel, their brethren. Now let us respond. Amen.
Amen. There is another announcement that I did forget. So if we're correct, and I believe we are correct, on the timing of the holy days, because we had the first fruits of barley when we kept the feast of barley back in March, or Passover back in March. We had the first fruits of wheat on May 4th. We had them the week before. They were already harvesting. And that means that in 2 months from now? So yeah, just after 2 months from now, we will be keeping Sukkot. So 2 months from now, think about that. This is now June 1st, or about to be June 1st, June, July. So in August, we're going to be keeping,
3 months, September.
it's
3
not the end
months.
of August. The end of
No,
August
September.
starts the seventh month.
September 7th, 8th.
Hang on, now I got to go check.
It better be because what I got scheduled.
Yeah, but that's Sukkot. But I'm talking about the first feast of
Trumpets.
trumpets.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you.
So
Sorry.
there'll be there's 6, that'll be our 8.
2.5 months.
Yeah, I got their own calendar up here. Okay, 2.5 months. Okay, so I want to encourage you to be making plans to go and keep the feast somewhere, or get together with some brethren who are also keeping at the same time. Ella has put together a small group in Kentucky. We will be doing the feast here for trumpets and atonement. And then in Kentucky, I'll be doing it live there as well, so you can still join us on the high holy days. But I want to encourage you to come together with the brethren and get together with them. As difficult as we are to get along with at times, it's also family. And it's a time that we need each other to be able to do that. And I remember last year how much I enjoyed being with Eric, getting to know him, and loving on him. But now Eric's gone. So our time here is very short. So I want to encourage you to take the time to get together with each other at Sukkot. And that's coming in the fall. But get ready for the Feast of Trumpets and the Day of Atonement before that, starting at the end of August. Okay. Live chat is still on. Oh, okay. So I'll take care of that. First up, Angela is going to read Exodus chapter 22. Exodus chapter 22. Angela.
Okay. If a man shall steal an ox or a sheep and kill it or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox and 4 sheep for a sheep. If a thief be found breaking up, and be smitten that he die, there shall no blood be shed for him. If the sun be risen upon him, there shall be blood shed for him, for he should make full restitution. If he have nothing, then he shall be sold for his theft. If the theft be certainly found in his hand alive, whether it be ox or ass or sheep, he shall restore double. If a man shall cause a field or a vineyard to be eaten, and shall put in his beast, and shall feed in another man's field, of the best of his own field and of the best of his own vineyard shall he make restitution. If fire break out and catch in thorns, so that the stacks of corn, or the standing corn, or the field be consumed therewith, he that kindled the fire shall surely make restitution. If a man shall deliver unto his neighbor money or stuff to keep, and it be stolen out of the man's house, if the thief be found, let him pay double. If the thief be not found, then the master of the house shall be brought unto the judges to see whether he have put his hand into his neighbor's goods. For all manner of trespass, whether it be for ox, for ass, for sheep, for raiment, or for any manner of lost thing, which another challengeth to be his, the cause of both parties shall come before the judges, and whom the judges shall condemn, he shall pay double unto his neighbor. If a man deliver unto his neighbor an ass, or an ox, or a sheep, or any beast to keep, and it die, or be hurt, or driven away, no man seeing it, then shall an oath of Yahuwah be between them both, that he hath not put his hand unto his neighbor's goods. And the owner of it shall accept thereof, and he shall not make it good. And if it be stolen from him, he shall make restitution unto the owner thereof. If it be torn in pieces, then let him bring it for a witness, and he shall not make good that which was torn. And if a man borrow aught of his neighbor, and it be hurt or die, the owner thereof being not with it, he shall surely make it good. But if the owner thereof be with it, he shall not make it good. If it be an hired thing, it came for his hire. And if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed, and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his wife. If her father utterly refuse to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. Whosoever lieth with a beast shall surely be put to death. He that sacrificeth unto any god, save unto Yahuwah only, he shall be utterly destroyed. Thou shalt neither vex a stranger nor oppress him, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. Ye shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child. If thou afflict them in any wise, and they cry at all unto me, I will surely hear their cry, and my wrath shall wax hot, and I will kill you with the sword, and your wives shall be widows, and your children fatherless. If thou lend money to any of my people that is poor by thee, thou shalt not be to him as a usurer, neither shalt thou lay upon him usury. If thou at all take thy neighbor's raiment to pledge, thou shalt deliver it unto him by that the sun goeth down, for that is his covering only. It is his raiment for his skin. Wherein shall he sleep? And it shall come to pass when he crieth unto me, that I will hear, for I am gracious. Thou shalt not revile the gods, nor curse the ruler of thy people. Thou shalt not delay to offer the first of thy ripe fruits and of thy liquors. The firstborn of thy sons shalt thou give unto me. Likewise shalt thou do with thine oxen and with thine sheep. 7 days it shall be with his dam. On the 8th day shalt give it to me. And ye shall be holy men unto me. Neither shall ye eat any flesh that is torn of the beast of the field. Ye shall cast it to the dogs.
Thank you, Angela. Before anyone puts their hands up, I got to jump on this first one because we were just talking about it. Verse 29. You shall not delay to offer the first of your ripe produce and your juices. In the land of Israel right now, the wheat has been harvested for over a month. And yet you're going to begin to offer the first fruits on June 2nd and next week on June 8th. Exodus 22, verse 29. You shall not delay to offer the first of your ripe produce. You shall not delay. Now we all know someone who says that you are allowed to store up and delay and make a harvest so that you don't lose the first fruits. Here's a verse right here, Exodus 22:29. You shall not delay. You shall not delay. Shall I say it a couple more times? You shall not delay. You shall not delay. to offer the first of your ripe produce and your juices. Nobody wants to argue with me? Glenn, do you want to argue with me on that one?
I won't argue with you, but I will point out that the word translated first there in King James is fullness.
Which word? Which word?
But you're right. I agree. I'm not denying you're right. Yeah.
You shall not delay to offer the fullness of your produce? Or
Yeah, I just
what-
said it's instead of the first, but it is what it's implying either way.
Well, what about
Okay,
the
no.
other verse?
Hang on, well, just wait 1 second, because let's just destroy, either confirm or destroy this argument.
It doesn't destroy the argument. The argument's still good.
No, but somebody will use it to destroy what I just said. So
Justify.
Exodus, justify, what did I say, 29, is that? My screen, no, my screen's not shared yet. Okay. So you shall not delay. We want to go to King James, and we are looking up the word, you shall not, the first fruits. What'd you say, Tom? The fullness?
Yeah, the first ripe fruits there. The sixth. Yeah, you'll see the. It's the same word like the fullness.
It says thy fullness right there to the right of it.
Yeah, same like in the fullness of the nations. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fullness, full produce. Something fulfilled that is abundance of fruit. So it's fruit. What is the word? The first of thy fruits. The first of thy fruits.
It actually does say the ripe, first ripe.
Where does it say first ripe? Oh yeah,
Back
it says
up
right
to
there.
this-
That's right.
First ripe. The first of thy ripe fruits. Okay. Okay, good. Just when I go to court, I want to bring all my guns with me. Glenn, what were you going to say? What's the other verse?
The other one was, and I don't remember the exact
Deuteronomy?
numbers. Yeah, it says and it says
When you put the sickle to
head
grain.
of grain, exactly, precisely.
Deuteronomy 16:9. Let me go back here. I'll just do this again, since we're here. Deuteronomy 16:9. Oops, 16:9. And you shall count 7 weeks to yourselves. Begin to count the 7 weeks from the time you began. So the to put is not there. Do you begin the sickle to the grain? So when do you put the sickle to the grain? When did you begin to put the sickle to the grain? Glenn.
Exactly.
On the Sunday morning, the day
correct.
after the Sabbath, the morrow after the Sabbath, you put the sickle to the grain, to bring your first fruits.
Before
That was
the
that
first
was
fruit
done this
offering at
Saturday
9
night.
a.m. Yep, before the
It's
first
done
fruit
that-
offering at 9 a.m. that Sunday morning. Before that, actually, it's in this stook that evening, the evening before, which is still the same day.
That's right. Okay. Angela, are you still on this or are you on something else?
No, I'm on this. From like a farming perspective, right? I'm a Midwest girl traveling down here to Ella's. The fields were, how many times did I comment to you? Oh man, the wheat is ripe. It's so golden. And she's like, the fields are white. They're white for harvest. All right.
But just on
Plus-
that note, I got to point out, you're traveling from Missouri to Kentucky. This is not Israel. We are specifically talking about the wheat being ripe in Israel at a specific time. You
Yeah,
cannot
I'm
use
not-
the wheat in your local area.
Okay, I'm not saying that. I'm saying just from a farming perspective, the first fruits, I don't care if you're doing tomatoes or green beans, or if you're looking at your hay field, okay, the first rush, the first ripeness, I mean, it is all hands on deck. It is bountiful. It's the first ripening. It's a big deal. And it can't be done in just a day. I mean, it just can't. today we can get a field done because of combines and things like that, but there's no way. I mean, the
So
first
all you
rush,
need for the first fruits is first fruits of barley. You need an omer. So you need about, I think the area is 10 by 10 that you can cut an omer from. And then you get out the grain and you get it down to a flour and you make this big salad bowl. That's an omer's worth. So you need that much grain to make that 10 sheaves, 20 sheaves, whatever it is. For wheat, you got to make enough flour to make these 2 loaves of bread. That's how much flour you need. So how much is that? Again, you don't need a whole field. You just need a bunch of armfuls.
4 to 6 cups, probably.
okay, but
Okay.
we're talking about offering, people bringing up their first fruits. They
But
have
hang
to
on,
harvest.
but the first fruits is not done by everybody. So right now, my wheat in Canada, so I'm north of you about 12 hours, or 8 hours, I think, 8 or 12 hours. The wheat here is still green. It's not ripe yet, the winter wheat. I cannot make my first fruits offering for another 2 months. You're able to make that there in Kentucky next week, let's say. In Israel, the first fruits offering will be ready probably in the south, like we were on May 4th, whereas in the very far north, they're not cutting it yet, but it's about to be cut. So again, not everyone is bringing their first fruits for first fruit day. The first fruits day is done on behalf of the nation, on behalf of everybody. So we need one farmer who's got the very first fruits, they cut that piece or corner of the field, they bring that to the temple. That's what they make the offering from on behalf of everybody else.
It's a down
So are
payment
you
of the whole
saying,
harvest.
are you saying that people, that everyone in the nation does not have to bring up
No,
their increase? They do.
Yeah,
They
they do,
have
they
to
but
do,
bring it.
it's
but
not
they
all at the
don't
same
have to
time.
have it there by the first fruits day
Okay.
because they can't. So that's
Because
a
we're talking
distinction we got
about
to
a
make that
lot
so
of
everyone
different
understands.
species here. First
No,
fruits and the liquors, that's
we're
corn, wine, and oil.
no, hang on. We're talking about the first fruits for the sacrifice on Leviticus 23. First fruits of barley, first fruits of wheat. Then there's the first fruits in the fall for all the other crops. So each person will bring their first fruits offering when it's ready. The priests are eating all throughout the year, not just on Shavuot and Wave
Right.
Sheaf Day. So those first fruits help them during the rest of that time. But then you also bring a tithe of your increase as another offering. So not everybody has to bring first fruits by Wave Sheaf Day or by Shavuot. Only enough of the first fruits of the entire nation is brought at that time.
For the nation. The first fruits are for the whole nation.
So it's
On behalf
barley
of the whole
first.
nation.
It's barley first, and then 50 days later, it's wheat, and then 50 days later,
No,
it's the wine, and then
no,
50 days later, it's
no,
oil.
no. There is
Well, they
no
all have
command.
different
Hang on. There is
ripenings.
no commandment to bring 50 days later grapes, and there's no commandment to bring 50 days after that oil. That's a takanot that somebody put in there. You bring the first fruits whenever it's ready of the grapes. You bring your wine, which is not ready when the grapes are ready. The wine is made. You've got to ferment for at least 30 days. That's later. There's not a 50-day thing here. Don't insert something that's not there. So your next offering is at trumpets. I don't know, is there an offering on, well, there's the sheep and the goats on atonement, and then there's another offering that everyone brings, another going up to the land during Sukkot. That's when you bring your next thing to the temple. You bring all the rest of your fruits at that time. Ryan, are you still on this subject?
I am still on this subject. I have a
Okay,
bit
go
of a
ahead.
two-part question, kind of a newbie question, but like, are we talking about produce or the firstborn of your sons?
Well, because the firstborn of your son was also mentioned in this chapter,
Right.
but what we are specifically talking about right now with verse 29 was the first fruits of the land,
Well,
right?
that's in verse 29. It says, the firstborn of thy sons shalt thou give unto me.
Okay, yes, you're right. So yes, it's the
And it's like a
firstborn of
semicolon.
everything.
So I, to me, I'm reading this as if the firstborn of thy sons has something to do with these first fruits, since there's not a period there.
Well, it's a firstborn of everything, the first of your everything.
I see.
It's
It
your
must be
sons, your
redeemed.
crops. Yeah,
Redeemed.
go ahead, Glenn.
The firstborn of your sons and your donkey and one other thing I forget can be redeemed for their value to the offering.
Well, it's not their value. I think it's 5 shekels for the son that's to be given to the
Yes.
temple. And the donkey, I forget what it's supposed to be given, but if it's not given, you break the donkey's neck.
Yeah, you can't have it. You destroy it. That's right.
Yeah. Ryan.
One more thing. So I live in a city, right? Like I'm not in an agriculture, area. So how do I offer my first fruits if I don't raise produce?
Okay. So this is the excuse a lot of people use in order to not give anything. And my answer is, did you make money? Did you create something? Did you do something to earn a living? That is your increase. But that's not your first fruits per se. Okay. You can use that argument. And let's say you do. Now, I worked in construction, so I'm just going to use me as an example. I worked in construction and I was just starting out. This is my 4th year in the workforce. And then I learned about the Sabbath, and then I learned about the holidays, and then I learned about those stinking tithing laws. I got a mortgage, I got 2 kids, I got car payments. I don't want to tithe. It's hard enough just to do the Sabbath. I'm going to lose my job. But I got to tithe. It says right there, tithe. And then, the churches all make up this big deal about giving the tithe to them.
Right.
So I began to tithe. Now, when I tithed, I'm the new guy on the job. I'm at the bottom of the ladder here. I began to go up the ladder very quickly, and my pay went up the ladder very quickly. And in 5 years, I paid off my house. I
Wow.
paid off my car. I had 2 newborn babies, and babies, they got diapers. They got tons of diapers, and they got I wasn't hurting for money.
Yeah.
And I was tithing. I was tithing first, second, and third tithe. So with my taxes, I was paying out 60+% of my gross income. 60+%. And I paid off my house. And I wasn't starving and I wasn't lacking. We still went out for supper to restaurant. We still did stuff. Ask me how that's possible. I don't know how, but I do know I paid off my house. So I continued to tithe after that for many years. And my income each year, I kept a record. When I did my taxes, I kept a record how much I made, how much taxes I paid. And my income went continually up. And my taxes that I paid, even though I was paying, 30 to 60% in taxes, or 30 to 60% in tithing and taxes, my tax rate kept dropping down. And my taxes became to the point where I didn't pay taxes anymore. The government was refunding me. Now, okay, so I had to be very creative and very smart in my deductions and taxing. But at the end of the year, and being honest, at the end of the year, I was still not wanting anything, or for lack of anything, still tithing. Okay, so now if you want to take the tithing scriptures, Abraham did not tithe to Melchizedek. Melchizedek gave a tenth to Abraham. Jacob said that he would give a tenth of everything he had to God. What's that? That's his children. That becomes the Levitical priesthood.
Mm-hmm.
So personally, based on what I understand of the Torah and the scriptures, I believe you should be tithing. I believe that you will be blessed when you do tithe. I believe that you will be challenged not to tithe because it's going to hurt. But then after the pain, it becomes a blessing, and suddenly you got all this money you don't know what to do with. And that's based on my own experience, my own life, and
Right.
that's going back 45, 44 years in doing that. So that's my experience with that. Whether you do it or not, that's up to you, and that's between you and God. Whether you give it to any one group or spread it out to a bunch of groups, that's between you and God. But that's my views on that. Go ahead.
Okay. That's a great, fantastic testimony, and my belief is something as almost exactly the same to that, and that's been my experience throughout life as well. As that when you always give, it comes back to you in some kind of way, and God rebukes the devourer, but it still doesn't answer the question about the first fruits. Like, what is my first fruits?
Okay, so your first fruits. Okay, so the first fruits is the first fruits of barley and the first fruits of wheat that must be offered at the temple. They are determine the calendar for God. That's why we make such a big deal of it. Your first fruits, okay, again, so when I had my garden, I had a huge garden. I used to take the first fruits, but in Canada, my first fruits were never ready on time to match the first fruits offerings. So, but I would take my first fruits and I bring them down to a synagogue down in Toronto, and I present them there, and everyone looked at me like, what's this, all this rhubarb and asparagus? I said, that's my first fruits. They thought I was crazy, but I did that. There's no place for me to do that now. I don't have a garden now. I live in an apartment. Again, so your first fruits is what? It's your first fruits of your land, first fruits of your produce. So, you have to go back to that. So other than that, I would say it would be your tithing. Your tithing is what you should be taking care of.
Okay.
Okay, Glenn, go ahead.
Yeah, I've got a couple points. We'll just tail off of what Ryan said. So a tithe, yes, is supposed to be produce because that's what the agricultural industry was in Israel at the time. Well, if you can't do that, okay, like he said.
Okay, so now hang on. Let me
Yeah.
say that there's a bank back in 30 BC.
Well,
there's a
you didn't
bank.
let me get to there yet, but I was.
Okay, well, go ahead. Go ahead then.
So if you've got money, you can do that. But listen, not everybody has money. Not everybody has a garden. You can tithe your time. You can offer your time. You can go to soup kitchens, whatever, and you can serve and help the needy and the widows and the orphans and the poor that way. Okay, so there's that. Now remember, there's 3 tithes. There's one for yourself, a Sukkot.
Hang on, explain that one because that's the one never gets explained.
Okay, that's the one you put 10% aside of your total annual income for saving for the trip to Sukkot where you are commanded to go to the feast. And then
But is that Deuteronomy 15, I think? Is it Deuteronomy 15? Somebody help me out here. The one where Jehovah says, take a 10% for your feast.
16.
16 what, Tom?
Deuteronomy 16.
Yes,
3
16 what
times a
verse?
year.
13,
Huh?
16, 13.
Okay, I'll just pull it up here. This is an important one to read. Deuteronomy 16, 13. I'm already there. You shall keep the Feast of Tabernacles 7 days, and you shall have gathered in your grain. No, that's not it.
No,
16.
16. 3 times a year you shall mail it before Jehovah your God in the place where he shall choose, in the Feast of Tabernacles, and the Feast of Weeks, the Feast of Tabernacles. No, that's not it.
Actually, whatever you do find, it says you shall spend it on yourself for anything you desire, including strong liquor,
You're
etc.
supposed, yeah,
And you're
that's the
supposed
one,
to
Glenn.
come joyfully. No, not a sad face. You're going happy as a clam.
Buy yourself some booze.
And yes, you can buy yourself some booze. Don't be a drunkard. Don't be a drunkard,
Right.
but you can do that. So that's number one. You
But
take
but
it.
first
Go
of all,
ahead.
God says to take 10% and spend it on you and your family
Mhm.
for the feast, not just Sukkot. There's 3 feasts. So there's Passover,
Yes.
there's Shavuot, and there's Sukkot. And you're to spend it on yourself, not give it to anybody. Spend it on you.
Now,
Okay, Glenn.
typically, if you were in the land of Israel, you would take your produce there. You can take it with you with your wagon, whatever, your donkey. But since if you go on a long journey, obviously your produce is going to spoil. So it says, convert it into cash, bring it to Sukkot or wherever, and then convert it back into cash, into produce for yourselves to spend. So that's the money part. Then there's the second tithe. That's the every 3 year.
That's the third tithe.
Third tithe. So the first tithe was to the Levites and the temple. The second tithe was the Sukkot that we're talking about, and the third one is the widows, orphans, poor, and poor, orphans, widows, and in Levites is included in that as well. So those are the 3. So that's not fully 30% because the last one is every 3rd year. Okay, so depending on how you do the math, you're looking at least 25% a year. Now, the question you said is, how do you tithe? Even the United Church of God explained this very well.
So just Glenn, while you're doing this, because I'm not trying to, I'm just trying to
No, go
answer
ahead.
answer this other question. iPhone in the chat. iPhone, if you can tell us who your name is, that'd be helpful. iPhone's asked, where do I send my first fruit? So where do they send their first fruits? Apples? Glenn?
Okay, so, well, there is no place
Now,
to send it now.
But Glenn has also got a nursery. He's got apples there too. So,
Yeah.
Glenn?
So, okay, so I don't, so there's a couple things you can do. It depends what your circumstances are. Myself, I don't sell apples. I don't do any of that. I give it away because that's not my mainstay. Mainstay is the nursery stock. But first fruits on the fruits, I don't do that. If I do, I convert it into money, and then I'll support you, Joe, or I'll support anybody that teaches me and helps support me in my faith and understanding. That's the place for the replacement for the temple. The temple's not here. The Levites, there's no real Levites I can send money to.
So just Glenn,
Go ahead.
the Levites, the money was sent to the Levites. What was the purpose of Jehovah telling Israel to tithe to the Levites?
For their support.
For their support, so that they could have food on their table, so they could do their study. Ella and Angela, you want to mute yourself, please? So that they could have food on their table, feed their family, and do their work at teaching the people and being lawyers and whatever the other duties they
Correct.
had. Some of those duties were not always teaching. Some of those duties were being in the corral or being musical or bringing wood.
Shoveling poop for their stalls. Those kinds of things. Those are all part of their project.
But they needed to be fed, and a tent was used to feed them.
Yeah.
So, okay.
And that is what this. So let's kind of focus in on how come we don't bring it all at once. Because if we bring it all at once, it's going to spoil, and then the Levites have nothing the rest of the year. So
yeah, but they could also package it and turn it into jam or turn it into preserves or something like that, just like everyone else does.
Yes, but they're supposed to be sustained with the produce of the land, which can last months and months, depending on what the crop is. And so you'll have seasonal crops like we do at the grocery store. You have whatever, mangoes, certain times, whatever. Of course, they don't have the luxury of what we have, where they can ship it from all over the world and have it all the time. So they need to be supported that way. So the first fruits of the people in the South would be first, typically, and then so on all the way up to the north, which probably would give them a 2-month harvest of whatever crop they're referring to. Then the next crop, and so on. So, but the first fruits are produce, and if not that, the money. But again, back to, we don't have that temple now, so the government is sort of taking that place. You're taking at least 30% of your money, and it's going right to the government. Now,
But
whether
did
they spend it,
Samuel warned you that was going to take place when
he
you
sure
elected a
did.
king.
Yep, he sure did,
Okay.
and that's exactly what happened. It's actually, some people is 50%. You, Joe, are making so much darn money, it was 65%.
Well, no, 60% including my 3 tithes. That's what I was saying.
Oh, okay. So at least 30%, I believe.
Yeah.
25 to 30% when you count property taxes and everything. And that money is supposed to go to the state to help them deal with the wards of the state. Who's the ward of the states? Those that cannot take care of themselves. The poor, the needy, the flagrant, whatever you call them. They need to be supported, or there's a problem. So that's already what you're doing if you're working getting taxes taken out. At least you can justify part of that. I would say don't rely 100% on it, because again, you have teachers teaching you. We're right here alone is a good place to put some of this money that you want to tithe. I don't like calling it a tithe, because a tithe is very specific to the things I just said. Levites, orphans, widows, poor, and the temple. Okay, well, there's 5 things. That's what 10% was supposed to go to, and of course, the 3 different types. One is for yourself, one was for the temple, one for those other people.
Can I interrupt you again?
Yeah, sure can. Go ahead. I got no problem with that.
We are at a point in time where the temple is on the verge of being built.
Mhm.
Are you prepared to give your tithe, a legitimate tithe, to the temple in Jerusalem?
Yes. We're going to determine whether it's a proper assembling of the temple and the Levites. We're going to be able to judge whether it is or not, and then we'll make our decisions. If it isn't, no, I'm not going to give them money if they're doing things that are not biblical and proper. But that's going to be up to us to make that determination. Now, I just want you to realize something with when Angela was talking about the wheat that they were driving by. And most of the wheat, let's put it this way, most of the grain in America is forced to ripen all at the same time in the fields. Why? Because it's commercially more efficient to harvest the entire field at one time than to go through and pick pockets here and there that are ripe. And so what are they forced with? They're forced with a chemical called Roundup. And Roundup will desiccate and dry and force the ripening, just like the way the Levites would take the stalks and put them in stooks, which forces the fruit to ripen very quickly and dehydrate. Roundup does the same thing, except on a chemical basis. And that's why you see all the fields are the same color at the same time, most of the time here in America. They don't necessarily do it everywhere. I hear Italy does not use Roundup. In fact, it's banned.
It's banned in Europe.
Yeah, so there are places where it's not. But you got to keep that in mind. It's more of a commercial nature that they're pushing this. And genetically, they're not genetically modifying. They're just hybridizing to get these to ripen all at the same time. Now, in the Midwest,
it's breeding, the cross-pollination, the same way as Jacob cross-pollinated the goats and the sheep to get them speckled and striped.
You can manipulate it. Same thing with getting certain kinds of tomatoes or eggplants or peppers. You can manipulate to get certain traits to develop in the offspring, and that's how they do that. Now, with the Midwest, remember now the Midwest is nice and flat. So everything tends to be watered at the same time, drains at the same time. The resulting crop tends to ripen at the same time. You go to Israel, you've got moguls and hills and bumps and everything you can think of out there, unless it's been completely bulldozed flat, which typically that's too expensive. So that's why you have different ripening in Israel with the barley or even at the wheat. You have some bumps The bumps will be drier, which forces it to dry quicker and result in ripening quicker. The lower places tend to be a little slower. So that's why you can have a certain square feet of barley that you can harvest to get your omer. You don't need a whole field. You just need an omer for that first offering for the barley. So I just wanted to explain that, and let me see if there's anything else.
So while you're looking, I'm going to go to Linda here, but before I do,
I'm actually good.
Lori's asking for the scriptures on each of the 3 tithes. If somebody can put them in the chat for her, that would be helpful. Linda, go ahead.
I want to go back to the time, as far as you said, that they put the first sickle to the standing grain. And from what I'm understanding from you, you start then counting the 7 days on Sunday. But in my mind, you can't put the sickle to the standing grain unless it was Thursday before Shabbat, because you're not supposed to work on Shabbat. So are you saying then that they put the sickle to the grain on the Thursday
No,
or
I did not say
Friday?
that. No, I did not say that.
Well, just let me finish. Because so you're saying that at 5 o'clock in the morning, no, well, when let's say, so you're saying that maybe 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning, somebody went out and
So
cut the
Linda, let's go
standing
back and
grain
just,
and then
let's,
brought it by
no,
9 o'clock for
let's
the
go back and read the
service?
scripture. Let's stop trying to figure this out. Let's go back and read the scripture. Okay? So I got it up here on the screen. And he shall wait. No. Where'd it go? I just had it here.
I'm at
First,
Deuteronomy 16:9. You are to count 7 weeks. You are to
yeah.
begin counting 7 weeks from the time you first put your sickle to the standing grain.
So where does that take you to? It takes you back here to Leviticus 23. Okay? And
Okay.
you shall offer that day when you wave the sheaf, a male, no, that's not it. And you shall wave the sheaf before Jehovah to be received for you on the next day after the Sabbath, the priest shall wave it. So you're trying to figure out, is that Thursday or Friday? And it's not Thursday or Friday, the day after the Sabbath. When is the Sabbath? Today is Saturday, the Sabbath. When is the Sabbath?
On Saturday, but somebody was
Okay,
saying,
hang on. Don't bring somebody else in this. Listen first. The Sabbath is today. So the day after the Sabbath is Sunday.
hey,
Okay, so
Which
now go
starts
to the,
when?
hang on. Go to the next verse, the Feast of Weeks. The Feast of Weeks. And you shall count. Oops, let me get this here. You shall count to you from the next day after the Sabbath, from the day that you brought the sheaf of the wave offering, 7 Sabbaths. So you bring the wave of the sheaf offering on the Sunday. Now you count 7 Sabbaths. So that's 7 days after the Sunday shall be complete. Verse
wait,
16.
stop right
Hang
there.
on,
See
hang
if
on,
I,
hang
no,
on,
no,
hang
no,
on,
no.
hang on.
See if
No,
I
hang on,
understand
wait,
that part.
wait,
No, Joe, see if
wait,
I understand that part. So
wait,
from what you're
wait.
just reading,
You're not waiting. Wait.
I know, because I need
Wait.
clarification that I
Oh, wait,
understand
I'm
the
about to
first part.
clarify it for you. Wait 1 second. To the next day after the 7th Sabbath. The 7th Sabbath is the 49th day. On the 49th day, the next day after the 7th Sabbath is a Sunday. That is the 50th day. 7 Sabbaths and the 50th day. So that means you start on a Sunday and you conclude on a Sunday.
But
So you, okay.
I'm still not making myself clear.
I know
Okay,
what you're saying.
so from what you just said, then Sunday morning after,
No, I didn't say Sunday morning. I said Sunday. When does the
Okay.
day begin?
Exactly.
At 6 o'clock
When?
on the evening
At
after Shabbat.
sunset. At sunset. That's when the Sunday
Right.
begins.
So that
Yep.
was for us Saturday night at 6 o'clock. But so,
That's when you go out to cut the barley.
but people aren't. Okay, so for me, I don't think the farmers are going to go out at nighttime.
I don't care about you. I'm doing what the command says.
The
Yes.
Levites actually do this.
No, you need to care about me because you want people to understand what you're trying to convey. And I'm
Okay, so
trying.
hang on. Let's go back and do the ceremony then.
No,
Part of this-
I
hang
just
on.
want
Hang,
you.
whoa. Hang on, Linda. Wait. You want to understand, then let me explain it to you. Don't say no to
Yeah,
me.
but you will let
You're
me
not listening. You do the ceremony after sunset. The very first question the priest asks, has the sun set? That tells you that the sun is now set. It's now Saturday evening in the twilight. Then he asks you, is this the barley? Is this the barley that's marked? Is this the sickle that I cut it with? Is this the basket? Shall I cut the barley? Those are the questions that are asked that Saturday night by the Levitical priesthood who cut the first fruits of the wave sheaf offering, the first fruits of barley. That is then put into a stook overnight to dry out. Early in the morning, they go in and they harvest the grains from that stook. And then they make the wave offering at 9 a.m. from flour that they've ground into flour. So that begins at sunset the night before. I don't care about you in Wisconsin or wherever you are. I don't care about the farmers all around the world. The very first fruits of the wheat are going to be done by the Levitical priests and a group of people that have the first ripe fruits of barley. That's when this feast begins. And from the time that that sickle is set to the grain, that's what
And
Deuteronomy
when was
16:9.
What time did they put the sickle to the grain? At twilight?
After
On
the sun
Shabbat?
is set. After the sun is set. What part of after the sunset is that?
Okay, so you're saying that
No, I'm not
Saturday-
saying. The Temple Mount Institute tells you this in the Mishnah.
But right now, you're telling me what the Temple Institute said, and I'm to understand from what you're saying that the Temple Institute said that Saturday at sundown, a priest goes out and cuts the standing grain.
The
Correct?
whole community goes out and does it.
At sunset.
After sunset.
Well, after sunset. So
After sunset.
So they're working in possibly the dark to cut the standing grain.
Okay, so when the sun sets, how long do you have before it gets dark?
Well, it's probably different in Israel than it would
No,
be
it's
here.
about the same everywhere on the world. It's between a half hour and an hour.
Okay.
You got lots
so-
of time.
All right. So you're saying that they have enough time after the sun sets on Shabbat to go get the Omer. And
Yes.
then they bring the Omer to the priest, and the priest does the waving at night.
No,
At night.
no. Listen to what I'm saying.
So what do they
Yeah,
do right then when they
Listen
bring
to
it?
what I'm saying, Linda. They cut the omer after sunset and put it into stook overnight. It dries up overnight. Early in the morning, they go and get the sheaf. They take the barley out of it. They grind it in the flour. They roast it. They grind it in the flour. They put it through the sieves. They turn it into usable flour. They add frankincense and salt to it. And then at 9 a.m., they wave it in front of the altar. And then they throw a handful on the altar. And then from that time forward, everyone else can go out and cut barley and eat it.
Okay, so it's Saturday night that they cut the barley, and that's all that's important as far as what it says in here, in the Bible, is what I mean, or the Torah. And then somebody through the night is taking and dealing with the sheaves to make it what they need for the next day. All right.
It's
Thank
done
you.
in the morning, done in early morning.
Well,
Okay.
or they did something, they could, if they brought it in Saturday night,
They're not. They leave it on the stuk to dry.
okay, that's what you're saying. Then they place it out to dry overnight.
Yes,
Yes.
that's what the stuk
Okay.
is. So.
Okay. All right. So then now I think I understand. Thank you for bearing with me.
No, thank you for bearing with me, because when you begin to read other people's misinterpretations and misunderstandings of this, you will begin to get confused or not understand. And that's why I'm very pushy and very loud in making sure that people understand this. It's cut Saturday night, it's stood overnight, it's prepared Sunday morning, because all of this stuff represents Yeshua and the first fruits who came out of the grave and walked into the temple Saturday night, and they went to heaven with Yeshua 9 a.m. Sunday morning. It's
Okay.
very important to understand that. And when you don't, and I'm not saying you specifically, when people don't, and they get all these crazy notions or mixing with Christian thought, they get confused. And that's why I want to make sure that people listen and they understand this, because it's very important.
Okay, so that's why I brought this up, because I was confused, and it's not because I had read anything about the 9 a.m. It was somebody on here that just said that then Sunday morning they bring it at 9 a.m. And I'm like, well, that doesn't figure right with me, because then they would have had to have cut the barley on Shabbat. But now that we've gone farther, that you're saying they did cut the barley, but it was at Saturday night after sunset during the time. Now I understand it. And it
On
wasn't,
Friday,
and then, yeah, and it's not
on
Friday.
Friday they go out. On Friday they go out and they mark the barley. They put a ribbon around the barley so that in the twilight they know which areas are ready.
Just remember,
they
it's
don't-
full
but they-
moon at that time too.
Oh, well, and they don't need that much, like you said. So
No,
I
that's right.
understand that issue. As far as if you only need like 6 or 7 cups of grain, of flour, that means you only need probably 3 to 4 cups of grain, which isn't a whole lot. So
Well, you need a big salad bowl of flour for the wave offering at barley.
well, that's about 6, 7 cups of flour, maybe more than that. But
It's a heaping salad bowl.
right, but
It's an
not.
omer's worth.
It's still not that much grain. I deal with grain a lot.
Okay,
So
May
okay.
I add something, Joe?
go ahead.
So the confusion is this, and the basis for when to cut is right there in what was it? You had it up right there. You shall not put the sickle to the grain until that very same day, and then you count to Shavuot from there. What happens is a lot of people somehow ignore that verse, and they say, "Oh, we can go ahead and harvest anytime, and then we can store it up, and we'll just put the first fruit aside and give it later when it's due." And that is not correct, because the count starts from the minute you put the sickle to the grain, which is Saturday night, which is Sunday, okay?
Yeah.
Which is the first fruits wave offering day, and then at 9 a.m. the actual offering occurs. So it's all done exactly perfectly to the verse.
Precisely.
It also explains the roasting. because one night's not enough time to dry.
That's right. So when you roast it, you're getting rid of the rest of the moisture, and you're also getting rid of the husks at the same time, because the husks are hard to get off. So the roasting dries up any moisture that's in it and turns the dough into a kernel, which you can now grind, because you can't grind mush. You can only dry something that's dry, or grind something that's dry, which is a dry kernel of seed.
Yeah. I've always wondered why roasting is mentioned specifically.
Yeah, that's
Thanks.
exactly it.
Good explanation.
Okay, Danny.
Hey, good morning to all, or good afternoon. I like what you just gave a teaching there, Joseph. And my question is with regards to the changing of the times at the time of Hezekiah. We're in all of a
Hang
sudden.
on, changing of the times in Hezekiah. What times changed with Hezekiah? What are you talking about?
Well, I'm thinking the movement of the sun was changed. So there was a
Went back 3 degrees on the 3 steps on the stairs. Is that what you're
go
talking
back.
about?
Yep, go back 10 degrees.
Yeah.
In 2 Kings 20.
Okay.
So because of that, I was thinking we were given the signs to follow. That is in Genesis 1:14, and that is the heavens. There was not a talk of the signs that is given on earth, but we know also that there was a teaching or a verse that says that you have to look at the month of Aviv, which is in Deuteronomy 16. Now, everything seems to be the same all over the place until I think what happened in Hezekiah's time when the sun went back 10 degrees. So my question to you, was there ever a study wherein before that time all of the Aviv is the same time all over the world? But you just said in Canada, in your place, it will take another 2 months before the wheat harvest will be Aviv.
So is there any crop anywhere all around the world that's uniformly ripe at the same time?
That's right.
No, I asked you.
Well,
Is there one crop that can do that right now?
no, because at this time we are living in the time after Hezekiah. So
Okay,
before Hezekiah,
so you're saying, so if you went back 10 degrees on the sundial today,
mhm,
what time would it be?
that's the question that we're gonna find out when Yeshua returns, because
No,
everything will
because
be
I can
restored.
tell you right now, 10 degrees on so it takes 360 degrees to go around one 24-hour period a day. So 10 degrees,
361 actually.
okay, 361. I'll give you the one. 361 degrees to go around the world in one 24-hour period of time. So 10 degrees on that would be what? A half hour? An hour at the most? So let's just go back 1 hour. I just got off the plane from the Philippines. I left the Philippines on Thursday. I arrived here on a Wednesday.
Okay.
How did that happen? I left on a Thursday and I arrived on a Wednesday, and I was only in the air 16 hours, not 24, or not a whole 7 days. I went back in time. How's
Yeah.
that possible, Danny?
Yeah, that is a one point, but I was
Well, hang on, but before you change the subject, I went
Okay.
back in time from Thursday and I arrived in North America on a Wednesday.
no, on Thursday. You can't go back on a Wednesday. So if you leave on a Thursday in the Philippines, you come back here on a Thursday also.
No, I came back on a Wednesday.
No, it cannot be. I always fly to the Philippines. So from Philippine time to go back to United States or to Canada, it will be on the same day. It's the longest Thursday you're gonna have. You're not going back in time.
Did the crops change in that time period?
No.
Did they change all around the world in that time period?
Well,
So
I
what
don't
happened?
see-
What happened with Hezekiah was a time change of about, let's give it an hour. Okay, he changed time by an hour. Did
All
that
over the
change?
world.
Did that change all the crops all over the world? No.
No.
What
Yeah.
changed? Hezekiah's understanding was all that was changed. He now knew that God was going to bless him and not make him die for 15 more years, right? He was confirming that. So it was
In
a
your
confirmation to
latitude,
Hezekiah.
But
But
it's
nothing, the time did not change.
right. But remember, the sun was the one that moved. It's not us flying to one place to another.
But time did not change. The same 7 days continued. The same 7 years continued. There was nothing that changed during that time.
So what
There
you're
was,
saying is if Amos 9, wherein the sun will go down from midday to all of a sudden 6 in the evening in 1 second, because that's the prophecy,
well, let's hang on.
there
Let's
will
read
be no
Amos.
change.
Let's read Amos 9 before I comment on it. I'll share my screen. So Amos 9.
Yeah.
Amos 9. What verse, Danny?
I think it should be 8. Let me see if I got that one right.
Behold, the eye of the Lord.
No, hold on. Let me look for it. Oh, could be Amos 8. So let me see.
I believe Amos 8 is written for today, personally, to America.
Amos 8, 9. Yeah, Amos 8, 9.
Amos 8, 9. And it shall be in that day, the Lord Jehovah, I will cause the sun to go down at noon, and I will darken the earth in the light of day.
There you
Okay?
go.
So in that day, what day is that?
In that day when he comes.
So that's a future day.
That's right, on the future day. So in one day, you will see the sun from midday, and then all of a sudden it's down.
Yep.
So that's a big movement of the sun. It's not just 1 hour.
Okay, but what's that got to do with the price of beans in China?
No, I was thinking more on what season it will create, since it's gonna be aligning.
It's not
with-
going to change the season. It's going to change 6 hours.
No, I'm thinking more of what the effects of it with the plants and the grain and everything, because now
It's
the sun
6
will
hours.
align. Yeah, it will align with the universe or the stars, because the stars never move. The only one that moved during the
Yeah, but
time
hang
of
on,
Hezekiah.
Danny, you're way overthinking. It's going to change the day. You're going to lose 6 hours of time.
Right.
That's all that's going to happen. 6 hours. It's not going to change the planting season. It's not going to change the constellation. It's not going to change anything. It's going to turn 6 hours.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Now, how he's going to do that, I don't know. That's a big miracle. We're going to have to wait and watch and see.
Mhm.
But it's not going to change the seasons. Okay. Okay. I still got other questions here I want to ask about. Verse 28. You shall not revile God, nor curse a ruler of your people. Angela and Ella, they're busy in their own conversation.
We're discussing scripture. Thank you.
All right.
Two or three things. Yvette had mentioned that in Deuteronomy 14 was where he found, Glenn was talking about selling, taking your tithe and selling it and buying what you want. But in reading the beginning of that of 14:22, you will tithe all the increase of your grain in the field that the field produces year by year. You shall eat before Jehovah your God in the place where he chooses to make his name abide, the tithe of your grain and your new wine and your oil of the first thing of your herds and your flocks. Is there a specific time or just whenever they're ripe? And the oil, the grapes produce the wine, and you said that take at least 30 days, whatever. But is there a specific time in the calendar that these things should happen?
You
And
tithe
another
them.
thing,
You tithe them when they're ready.
ready.
There's also another scripture that says that they brought cakes or things to the priest. So they weren't taken from they were part of the tithe. So they also were taken, tithed, then they were processed and then baked when did that take place? It doesn't say a specific time. So northern Israel, so we harvested the very first fruits in Israel this year. The week before, they began harvesting the week before Shavuot. That gave us the very first fruits of the land to make the wave offering. So now, they're still harvesting right now in northern Israel. Northern Israel would be bringing their tithe of that field, let's say next week. Or even further northern Israel will be harvesting their wheat in 3 weeks' time. They will bring their tithe in 3 weeks' time of the wheat.
Well,
Right?
here in the States, I mean, every field is not even farmers side by side. They may do this week one farmer's
Yeah.
field and the next week the other farmers, because they don't all come to head at the same time. Another, and you kind of answered this a minute ago, was a question. They cut the barley at the beginning of sundown or after sundown. It's left overnight. But the dew factor, and that's where you were saying, I think there will be a factor of dew on the ground. So that moisture, you can't harvest that because you're going to wind up with mold or whatever if it stays wet. But you're saying they dry that out in order to relieve it of the moisture.
So when I was farming, we used to go out and cut the hay about 10 o'clock when the moisture was burned off the field, 9 or 10. I wasn't allowed to start cutting the hay at 7 a.m.
Yeah.
Then I'd have to go out and rake the field. And I would be flipping the hay
do
over so that it would dry out. And again, we wouldn't do that first thing in the morning. You do that at midday or late in the afternoon when the moisture's already dried off. It's the same thing here. If there's moisture on it, okay, so if you take it and you stand it in a stoop, do you leave that outside? No, you bring it into the temple, stand it up in the temple. It stands up and it dries overnight. It's in the temple. It's not,
Okay.
this is a very specific first fruits crop. It's taken and treated differently than all the rest of the crops, where you're allowed to let it dry for a day or two naturally in the field. This is Jehovah's very first fruits.
Okay. I think Angela had a comment about the first one.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to the brother's question about the firstborn of thy sons. Now, am I right in thinking, Joe, that initially Yahuwah's plans was that the firstborn of the sons would be the ones presenting the offerings, but he is going to replace the firstborn. They're going to be redeemed, and the Levites are actually going to be then performing the job that the firstborns in all of Israel would have been doing. And
So
the supports that I have for that, and it was because of the transgression of the golden calf that the firstborns were replaced and the Levites stepped up because they had been obedient and helped carry out slaying the 3,000 that I guess were the ringleaders or whatever of that incident.
That's correct.
text-
So the firstborn were replaced by the Levites at the golden calf. And then the firstborn, a five shekel or 5 shekel tax for the firstborn is levied on every firstborn male. So
Okay.
again, but the firstborn was to be the priest of his family. He was the leader of his family.
That's what I have come to understand. Yeah. And then the scripture that supports that is Numbers 3 and Numbers 8, which describes the Levites now being the stand-ins. This is when they're organized as a priesthood, and gives the reasoning for it. So yeah, I just wanted the brother that asked the question, I can't remember, Joe, what his name was, but
Yep.
he was asking questions about the firstborn of thy sons thou shalt give to me. This was the original plan, that every firstborn son would be the priest for that house. I mean, wouldn't
Yes.
that be nice
Yeah.
to have a priest in the family, right?
Well, you do. Every
Yeah.
firstborn is the priest, but he's been replaced by the Levitical order. But that doesn't replace the firstborn's responsibility to take care and look after his family and teaching them Torah. It's not, the
Unless
the temple
unless the
services.
firstborn have apostatized and they're not in covenant, then you're SOL.
Yeah, but the Levitical priests serve Jehovah at the temple and the synagogue. The firstborn still serves his family in teaching Torah.
Well,
Isn't
the
that
Okay,
whole
so
nation of Israel, I mean, if you go back to when the kingdom split, Ephraim, the first king of the nation of Israel, was an Ephraimite, and Ephraim, the tribe, was part of Israel, right?
the first king of Israel was a Benjamite, Saul.
No, I'm talking about after the kingdom split, when
Oh,
there
I'm
is
sorry.
the
Okay,
kingdom of
okay.
Israel. So Jeroboam was an Ephraimite. The leadership was Ephraimites, and Ephraim and Manasseh were adopted as firstborns. As Reuben is, so is Ephraim and Manasseh. So they participated in that distinction of being firstborn. However, when Ephraim, which a lot of people are identifying with Ephraim right now, you see it, you hear it, they're identifying as Ephraim, okay? We have a firstborn distinction, and we are called to be priests and kings. It was part of the original plan for the firstborn to be priests. And I think it's what might be behind some of this awakening, this shedding, the scales falling off our eyes and starting to understand in minutia the
Melchizedek.
minute details.
Melchizedek
Yes,
priesthood.
yes, a priest and king. We're not going to be priests because of any blood tie to the Levites. We can't prove it by blood, can we, Ella?
No.
But we can claim it as firstborn according to the original plan. And to me, my God, that is so exciting. And I say that, my God, Elohim, prayerfully and thankfully.
Ephraim
I
is
just
also
think that
encamped in
is
the west. If you think about it, Ephraim is encamped in the west, the Western world. We talk
Yeah.
about the East and the West, Western Christianity. Which also applies to South Africa. There's a war against the West. But anyway, the West wins. And you're right. I'm sorry. I thought
Okay,
Had a question
okay.
last night, Joe. We was kind of talking. We're to be kings and priests, right? As believers, of those who are obedient. Are women going to be priests?
Yeah. Thank you. I would have forgot to ask him that.
I would say no, off the
I
top of
would
my
say
head.
no too.
I would say no. It's a firstborn male. It's not the firstborn female.
Right.
But there are females who are teachers and prophetesses in the temple. So it doesn't mean you don't have a role. It just means he's calling on the men to fulfill their job, which most men are shirking right now.
No.
But that's why women have spoken up and taken positions, because the men have negated their responsibility.
Yes.
But the
Agreed.
women are supposed to bolster the men to do their job, and they're not. They're taking over as the liberation movement caused back in the 70s and 80s.
They're performing
early.
the Eve.
And it
Some
should
of
have
them-
been a, smack us around the face a couple times and go, get up there. You're not doing that, ladies.
Let's not get sidetracked here. Let's try and finish up some of the things in this chapter that we're studying.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
I've asked about the cursing of the ruler in verse 28. Nobody's responded yet. Steve, are you going to answer that, or are you going to go somewhere else?
It's about, I just want you to clarify and specify and verify when Yeshua ascended to the Father, when Yeshua came back to earth, and when Yeshua then ascended to the Father again. I just want you to clarify that.
He ascended to the Father at 9 a.m. on the Sunday morning. He came back down to the earth sometime after 9 a.m. because he had the apostles touching him in the afternoon. So anytime at 9:01, he could have been up there and back, depending on how long it takes to do the sacrifice in heaven. and then he was on earth until I think the 40th day, and then he left and ascended up again.
All right, thank you.
Hang on, Steve. Is this PSI Steve? That's the shortest response I've ever got from you.
Thank you.
Okay, verse 28. I'm going to do it again. You shall not revile God nor curse a ruler of your people. How many of you are swearing about President Trump in Canada? The 51st state. How many of you are not happy with the former Prime Minister Trudeau or the former President Biden? I'm sorry, Biden.
I would say it's one thing to criticize a ruler, it's another thing to curse him.
Yes. I didn't say you can't be critics. So, Tom, do you want to explain the difference?
Yeah, I wish I tread that fence too closely.
Well, but
the difference, you're being critical of a person and maybe hoping, praying for them to change or to do well. It's another thing, like I say, to curse them. People. I don't even know if I should say it out loud, but if when people say curse anybody to hell, or you're going to hell because you don't believe this or you don't believe that, as far as I'm concerned, it's the same. I'm getting off track.
well, if I was to go around
criticize is another thing to curse,
if I was to say
wish ill on someone.
if I was to say F Trump or F Trudeau or F the leader, that would be like cursing them. Okay.
You think so? Yeah.
Okay. So now, I don't like Trump's policy about Canada being the 51st state. I think that's just invasive and disrespectful. But I love Trump for other things that he does. Now that's a criticism, but I'm not disrespecting President Trump. I very much respect him. We have a new prime minister in Canada. Okay, there's things about him I don't like. There's things about him I do like. But here's the point. Who put your leader in charge? The people or the president?
No, God did. God did.
Anybody?
Can you repeat the question there, Joseph?
Who put your leader in over your country? Whatever country
Jehovah did.
Jehovah did. Every single time, Jehovah has put your leader in charge of you for good or for bad. Sarkis, are you going to comment on this?
Yeah, I
Okay.
agree about that position, but I think reviling or cursing a leader has a negative consequence. Most people don't understand.
And
It
that
has
ties
a
into this
consequence.
verse 28. That
It
ties
has-
in what verse 28 says.
Yes, sir.
Okay, explain.
And what it means is if we curse or revile a leader, Jehovah is not pleased the way we're responding because we're saying he's not doing the right thing. He's made a mistake. And it reflects on how we look at Jehovah. And instead of repenting, instead of encouraging other people to repent and turn to Jehovah, we actually cause them to walk away from Jehovah because he's in charge. What kind of God is in charge and he's allowing all this mess? So we're reflecting back on Jehovah. Yeah,
Okay,
that's
so,
one consequence.
No, on that note, is Satan not in charge of this world?
No, he's not.
But it's
He's
Satan's
not.
world
He
for
has
6,000
the
years.
authority given to him, but with specific instructions that he can and he cannot do certain things.
Okay.
And the authority is given when we allow him inside. When we break God's laws, Jehovah's laws, then the enemy has the right to attack us, to impose his authority on us. That's Yeshua teaches that very clearly. The second thing is the consequence is that the authorities have a right to persecute us then, because it's basically not only we're breaking God's laws, Jehovah's laws, but we are encouraging other people to rebel against the authority instead of submitting to Jehovah and accept that authority as a discipline or as a mean. Jehovah is trying to change the hearts of men to repent, because when he allows bad leadership, people will recognize they're in a really bad situation and they need help. And the only way they would need help, they're going to need a supernatural help, and that's only Jehovah could do it.
Okay.
And therefore, there are two consequences. One is spiritual from Jehovah, and that includes physical discipline. And the other one is from the leadership, the rulers. They could persecute us. They have a right. So that's
Very
my
good.
point.
Okay, Tom?
I find myself thinking of Amos chapter 5, where it says, they hate him that reproves in the gate, and they abhor him that speaks upright.
Hang on. Amos, that's a good verse. Amos
chapter 5. And actually, that's what I meant earlier when I said apply it to today is chapter 5. I mistook of chapter 8.
Amos 5 what?
5:10, but in that section there, it's talking about how, it's implying someone speaking upright, against those in authority, and how they hate them and they they see them as a threat.
And that's contrary to what we're reading, the part of the covenant, because what we're reading in Exodus 22 is still part of the covenant agreement, which we agreed to in chapter 24. So this is part of it. And right here in Amos 5, we see where we're breaking it. Good point, Tom. I want to, hang on, let me get out of here. And I want to point out something before we move on to the next Isaiah, the next portion. In 22, 24, you will not afflict any widow or fatherless child. If you afflict them in any way, and they cry out to me, I will surely hear their cry, and my wrath will become hot, and I will kill you with the sword. Your wives shall be widows, and your children fatherless. I point this verse out. This is still part of the covenant agreement. This is something that we all need to be listening to. If Danny, have you got a comment on this, or are you going somewhere else?
I'm still with the 28, verse 28. So I'm not going to comment on.
Okay. Well, go ahead. Comment on verse 28 then.
Yeah, the first part, you shall not revile the Elohim. The other versions will say, you shall not revile God, or you should not revile the rulers. So what I'm saying there is more in line with whoever is the head, the government. That is what they consider in this verse as small God, G-O-D. That's my thinking about that part.
You're saying you should not revile the small God?
No. The small letter G, God, is reflective of who is the leader of that nation, or maybe mayors or governors or something like that. Because whoever is the lawgiver is considered God, the G-O-D, small G. Because like I said, the other versions, like in KJV, it says, let me see if I can go back there.
Well, I'm going to go here because you're saying that this is another Elohim, is what you're saying.
Right.
And
you shall not revile the gods. That's in KJV.
28. You shall not revile, curse the ruler of your people. And so let's go back to the original. The ruler.
The gods there, right there.
Well,
you shall not revile the gods.
It doesn't say that.
It says there in go back to the get out of that and just go back to there. See that?
Oh,
the
you
gods.
shall not revile the gods.
Right.
The ox. Elohim. You should not revile Elohim. It doesn't say the gods. It says Elohim,
Right,
plural.
the Elohim. Yeah,
Gods
but
in the ordinary sense. You should not revile the gods, nor curse the ruler of the people.
so basically it's that whoever is the head of the government, or in a local setting, that would be the mayor, and in the state is governor. They are considered small God. There was another teaching from a friend of mine who appeared at Rude Awakening, who gave that teaching also. So Linda knows who that guy is. But when he gave that teaching, it actually is saying, okay, since you got rid of me as your God, this is Jehovah, I'll give you kings, which is basically the small God.
Interesting. Okay.
I think, yeah, rulers is probably fit just there, rulers itself. Judges.
That's right.
Nasi, yeah. So Nasi, president, ruler. Okay.
No, Nazi would be the princes. That's the next part of the phrase. But the first part is Elohim, you will not revile. Judges, rulers, you don't revile them. And Elohim, you don't. I mean,
I think that is because of the role and not the person. If you have a small god, Elohim, authority, mayor, who is not righteous, you don't revile the office, but you do expose the unrighteousness of those people. But you do not revile the office of, like, the president or whatever.
Yeah.
I believe that's what it's saying. I yield.
That's a good point there, Glenn. Thanks.
Interesting. Thank you, Danny. I gotta go look this up now. That's an interesting point. Okay. Nobody's commenting on my widow's comment, and I'm okay. Just keep that in mind going forward. Be mindful that the widows have a hotline to Jehovah's ear, so you don't want to cross them or tick them off. Okay, let's start Isaiah 28. Isaiah 28, and we're going to have Glenn. Glenn's going to read that one.
Okay. Isaiah 28. Woe to the proud crown of the drunkards of Ephraim, and to the fading flower of its splendid comeliness that is on the head of the fertile valley, to those who are overcome with wine. See, Jehovah has one who is strong and potent, like a downpour of hail and a destroying storm, like a flood of mighty waters overflowing, and cast down to the earth with the hand. The proud crown of the drunkards of Ephraim is trampled underfoot, and the fading flower of its splendid comeliness that is on the head of the fertile valley, like the first fruit before summer, which, when one sees it, he eats it up while it is still in his hand. In that day, Jehovah of hosts is for a crown of splendor and a headdress of comeliness to the remnant of his people, and a spirit of right ruling to him who sits in right ruling, and strength to those who turn back the battle at the gate. And these two have gone astray through wine, and through strong drink wandered about. Priest and prophet have gone astray through strong drink. They are swallowed up by wine. They wander about through strong drink. They go astray in vision. They stumble in right ruling. For all tables shall be covered with vomit, to place without filth. No place without filth. Whom would he teach knowledge? And whom would he make to understand the message? Those weaned from milk, those taken from breasts? For it is command upon command, command upon command, line upon line, line upon line, here a little, there a little. For with a jabbering lip and a foreign tongue he speaks to this people, to whom he said, this is the rest, give rest to the weary, and this is the refreshing, but they would not hear. But the word of Jehovah was to them, command upon command, command upon command, line upon line, line upon line, here a little, there a little, so that they go and shall stumble backward, and be broken and snared and taken captive. Therefore, hear the word of Jehovah, you men of scorn, who rule this people, who are in Jerusalem, because you have said, we have made a covenant with death, and with Sheol we have effected a vision. When the overflowing scourge passes through, it does not come to us, for we have made lying our refuge, and under falsehood we have hidden ourselves. Therefore, thus said the Master Jehovah, see, I am laying in Zion a stone for a foundation, a tried stone, a precious cornerstone, a settled foundation. He who trusts shall not hasten away. And I shall make right ruling the measuring line, and righteousness the plummet. And the hail shall sweep away the refuge of lying, and the waters overflow the hiding place. And your covenant with death shall be annulled, and your vision with Sheol not stand. When an overflowing scourge passes through, then you shall be trampled down by it. As often as it passes through, it shall take you, for it shall pass through every morning by day and by night, and it shall be only trembling to understand the message. For the bed shall be too short for a man to stretch out on, and the covering shall be too narrow to wrap himself in it. For Jehovah rises up as a Mount Perazim, and he is wroth as at the valley of Gibeon, to do his work, his strange work, and to do his deed, his strange deed. And now do not be scoffers, lest your bonds be made strong. For I have heard from the Master Jehovah of hosts, a destruction decreed upon all the earth. Give ear and hear my voice. Listen and hear my word. Does the plowman keep plowing all day to sow? Does he keep turning his soil and breaking the clods? When he has leveled its surface, does he not sow the caraway and scatter the cumin? Plant the wheat in rows, the barley in the appointed place, and the spelt in its place? For he instructs him for right ruling. His Elohim teaches him. For caraway is not threshed with a threshing sledge, nor is a wagon wheel rolled over cumin. But caraway is beaten out with a stick, and cumin with a rod. Grain is crushed, so one does not go on threshing it forever, nor break it with his wagon wheel, nor crush it with his horsemen. Even this has come from Jehovah of hosts, who did wonders in counsel, who made wisdom great. Wow, that's quite a cryptic one, isn't it?
Boy, oh boy. Do I do it now? No, Tom, maybe I'll get Tom. Let's do chapter 29, Tom. Let's do that one. Do them both together.
Yeah, I think they go together too.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, woe to Ariel, the city where David dwelt. Add year to year. Let festivals come around, and I shall distress Ariel. And there shall be mourning and sorrow, and it shall be to me as Ariel. And I shall encamp against you all around. I'll lay siege against you with a mound, and I'll raise siege works against you. And you shall be brought low and speak out of the ground, and your speech shall be low out of the dust. And your voice shall be like a medium's out of the ground, and your speech whisper of the dust. But the crowd of those strange to you shall be like fine dust, and the crowd of the ruthless ones as chaff blowing away. And it shall be in an instant, suddenly. And you shall be visited by Jehovah of hosts with thunder and earthquake and great noise, with whirlwind and storm and flame of devouring fire. Then the crowd of all the nations who fight against Ariel, even all who fight against her and her stronghold, and distress her, shall be as a dream of a night vision. And it shall be as when a hungry man dreams and sees he eats, but he awakes and his being is empty. Or as when a thirsty man dreams and sees he drinks, but he awakes and sees he's faint, and his being is longing. Thus shall the crowd of all the nations be who fight against Mount Zion. Pause and wonder, blind yourselves and be blind. They are drunk, but not with wine. They stagger, but not with strong drink. For Jehovah has poured out on you the spirit of deep sleep, and has closed your eyes to prophets, and he has covered your heads the seers. And the entire vision to you is like the words of a book that's sealed, which men give to one who knows books, saying, read this, please. And he said, I'm unable, for it is sealed. And the book is given to one who does not know books, saying, read this, please. And he says, I've not known books. And Jehovah says, because this people is drawn near with its mouth and with its lips, they have esteemed me and has kept its heart far from me, and their fear of me has become a command of men that is taught. Therefore, see, I am again doing marvelous work among this people, a marvelous work and a wonder. And the wisdom of the wise men shall perish, and the understanding of their clever men shall be hidden. Woe to those who seek deep to hide their counsel far from Jehovah. And their works are in the dark. They say, who sees us? And who knows us? How perverse of you! Should the potter be reckoned as the clay? Should what is made say of its maker, did not he make me? And what is formed say of him who formed it, he did not understand? It is not yet a little while, and Lebanon shall be turned into garden land, and garden land be reckoned as a forest. And in that day the deaf shall hear the words of the book, and the eyes of the blind shall see out of gloom and out of darkness. And the meek ones shall increase their joy in Jehovah, and the poor among men rejoice in the set apart one of Israel. For the ruthless one is brought to naught, the scorner is consumed, and all who watch for evil shall be cut off. Those who make a man to sin in word, and lay a snare for him who reproves in the gate, and turn aside the righteous with empty reasoning. Therefore, thus said Jehovah, who ransomed Abraham, concerning the house of Yaakov, Yaakov is no longer put to shame, no longer does his face grow pale. For when he sees his children, the work of my hands in his midst, they shall set apart my name, and set apart one of Yaakov, and fear the Elohim of Israel. And those who went astray in spirit shall come to understanding, and the grumblers accept instruction. Pretty powerful stuff.
Boom. Wow.
That's definitely an in that day, right?
Is it?
I
Where is
certainly,
it in that day?
well, I can just extrapolate from both chapters. And I guess right here in the very last verse, and those who went astray in spirit shall come to understanding, and the grumblers accept instruction. So I can only see that that is something to do with the way the world is now, and they will see.
I would add verse 20 just above that. For
Mhm.
the terrible one is brought to nothing. Who's that speaking of?
Esau.
Esau or Satan?
Satan, mankind is Satan.
Why do you say Esau? We haven't talked about Esau in any of
Okay,
this.
who was given dominion of the earth?
At
Satan.
the end?
No, at the beginning.
Adam.
Mankind, right. And
Right.
it's the same today. Esau, Adam, Adam, it's mankind. I don't know. I don't want to get to that.
Adam handed it over to Satan.
I see what you're
We're
saying.
the ones
though.
who are given the dominion of the earth. We need someone to blame, right from Adam and Eve, right from the beginning in the garden. We have to blame. You have to blame. So as far as I'm concerned, we've invented this Satan, but it's really just the spirit of man, spirit of egotistical self, me, man. give me, take.
I'm going to go with the Satan is brought to naught because he's the one that's locked away. He's the goat that's being shown to us in Leviticus 16 that is being thrown in the pit. And that lines up with everything I understand about this so far. Again, I believe what Glenn is saying, that this is speaking about the time of the end. But Glenn, you got some more verses you wanted to pull out for that?
No, not yet. I'll see how the conversation goes.
Okay. Again, I just want to remind, Ella and Angela, go ahead.
Okay, so this is end time. These verses that we're looking at right now under the microscope. in that day, it puts us here at the end time.
Where do you have in that day? Where do you have, what verse are you in?
Isaiah 29, verse 18. And in that day shall the deaf hear the words of the book. The eyes of the blind shall see out of obscurity and out of darkness.
She found it.
So hang on, because I got that in my notes here. So maybe Angela, you can address this.
Okay.
So in that day the deaf shall hear and the words of the book, and the eyes of the blind shall see. Where's that taking place? Where are people being given back their vision? Where are they seeing?
Right now, all over the world, the remnant is. We are waking up. We're hearing. The meek is going to increase their joy in Yahuwah, and the poor among men shall rejoice in Holy One of Israel. Now, who is the
Hang on.
terrible one, you asked, Joe?
Wait. Just before you move on to that, go back, because who are the blind here? Are you saying that we are the blind that are waking up and seeing because we're
And
reading Torah
in
now?
that day, the deaf, have we not been deaf to the words of the book? Most all of us have been in church and heard it all of our life. And now the deafness is coming off. We're hearing. Finally, we're seeing.
She has a good point, Joe.
Well, I'm not saying she doesn't, but I want to flesh it out. So you're saying that we're the blind and we're the deaf.
And we're coming out of darkness. Things that have been obscure to us, now we're seeing with clarity. We're coming out of darkness. It says the meek is going to increase their joy in Yahuwah, and the poor among men are going to rejoice in the Holy One of Israel. Because the terrible one, I'm going to supply this as the historian here. A historian. I understand you're a historian too. Ella says that we would probably just go round and round and be up to maybe 2 a.m. discussing history. However,
So who's the terrible one?
Is like Ivan the Terrible. This is talking about a tyrant, somebody that rules with a heavy hand. The terrible one is going to be brought to naught. He's not going to increase his power whatsoever. The terrible one. The scorner is going to be consumed. Those people that like to heap piles of coals on your head or laugh at you, the scorner, that we're all going through this right now.
The devil.
People scorning us. And all that watch for iniquity. Who is that? Who's watching for iniquity? Who is like, do you have Torah police in your community, Ella? I know I do. Those that are watching for iniquity, cut off. Those that make a man an offender for a word and lay a snare for him.
There's plenty of those.
Yes. That reproves him in the gates and turn aside the just for a thing of nothing.
Right.
It doesn't make a hill of beans. Okay. So that's what I'm saying there. I also think of this government. I mean, that gag at
bingo.
that lay in the gates and persecute a man for nothing, and then they'll swallow camels. So
I can attest to that.
In that day, every one of these points are happening. Every one. And the tyrant, his day is coming. He's not going to be able to increase no matter how heavy-handed he is. His machinations are going to come to nothing. The terrible one, the tyrant.
So is that 2033?
2920. Oh, you're speaking years now. Okay, we're back to the chronology. Okay.
I think that's happening now as we go forward.
It's in process. It's in situ. It's in situ. It's happening.
Okay.
Yeah, I said to Angela yesterday, the day soon is coming, I think, when people are going to have to start worshiping the Father, because you're going to lose that privilege anyway if you don't. But you're going to have to find a way to do that in the midst of all the tribulation and trouble. Every knee will bow. Need to do it sooner than later.
He'll cut off the one that accuses the brethren day and night.
Right.
Okay.
Choose the brethren.
Sarkis, go ahead.
Go a different way.
Where are you going?
It's the same verse, but the scornful, basically
Well, hang on. Which
the
verse are you
terrible
talking about?
one,
The terrible
the,
one. Okay.
the terrible one. I look at it as majority of the people are fearful. Because the first thing in the book of Revelation says the fearful, the whoremongers, the adulterers will not enter the kingdom. They will not be part of the kingdom. That's in the last chapter in the book of Revelation. And so why do people worship other gods and not Jehovah? Because they're afraid. They're not afraid of Jehovah. They're afraid of losing privileges. They're afraid of being hungry. They're afraid of being oppressed. And so they just join the crowd because they're so afraid. They're not willing to pay the price to follow Yeshua.
They're afraid of man.
Exactly. They're not afraid of Jehovah. They're afraid of man.
Yeah.
And as a result, that's the first thing always mentioned in the book of Revelation. They will not inherit the kingdom of God. They will not enter the holy city. They will not be part of the eternal kingdom. And so it's related to those people who are fearful. The remnant is not. They're willing to die for Jehovah. They're willing to lay their lives down. And so when we deal with the scornful, we deal with the people who basically are they try to reprove us, they try to correct us, they try to put us down and cause us to be ashamed.
You know what a good example of that is?
Go ahead.
Holocaust. People would shut their mouths knowing that these things were going on, and they were too afraid because they were afraid of the people.
That's right.
And that they let it happen. They didn't speak up, and it turned terrible. And there we are now today in the same situation where the righteous will speak up and lose their lives, whereas the others are going to cower and say, I don't want to lose my job. I don't want to lose this, la, la, la. And they just keep cowering. You're absolutely right.
And so fearful or fear is a tool the enemy uses all the time. And if we're not careful, even the elect could be deceived because it will create a fear. It will be fear mongering and create fear in the people that they will do whatever it takes to be alive, to live, instead of standing up for righteousness and for the truth. Instead of standing up for Jehovah, they will fight actually Jehovah and his people and cause trouble for the believers. And I think that's where we need to be aware of that. And from my part is I'm learning one of the things in my own personal life is no matter what comes, challenges in my life, with our family situation, what happened last few months, is to not to be afraid, is to stand up and seek Jehovah, and he'll take care of us. He will supply our needs. He will bring healing. He will take care of us. And that's the challenge we have as people of Yah. Are we fearful? That's why I want to leave it.
Okay. I want to go back here. I want to address two verses. Chapter 28, verse 15. Because you have said, we have made a covenant with death, and with Sheol we are in agreement when the overflow scourge passes through. Okay? What is the covenant of death that we have agreed to? Verse 18 of the same chapter. Your covenant with death will be annulled, and your agreement with Sheol will not stand. What is this? So, I've heard a lot of people talk about the covenant of death or the Oslo Accord, the covenant of death. What is this covenant of death? And I'm not saying it's the Oslo. In fact, I'm definitely not saying it's the Oslo Accord. Glenn, are you speaking to this?
Yeah, I was actually I've heard the same thing. It's about this arrangement with Israel, Arabs, that sort of thing, that's going to compromise something that is wrong in the eyes of Jehovah. And he's going to annul it Now, I don't know the specifics. I just know that it makes sense because the stumbling block to the world is Israel.
What covenant have they made? Like, where's this piece of paper that they signed?
I don't know that there's been attempts, and there's nothing yet fully in play yet that I know of. I know there was the, what is it? Michael Rood called it the toilet accord or something, the Oslo. That means toilet, right? So I don't know what it is yet. It hasn't been fulfilled yet, but we're on the cusp of that coming. And I believe that is.
Okay, so hang on. Are you, okay, Glenn, you stepped on it. Are you suggesting that there's a 7-year planned covenant coming that's about to take place? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. How's that?
That's a cop-out.
Hey, I'll let you talk somebody else now. Thank you.
Okay, Danny, are you going to answer this one?
Yeah, I was thinking of that one before you even brought it up, because I was thinking of the broken covenant, broken covenant that was laid out or given to us in Jeremiah 31 to 33. Now it's.
Well, hang on. So explain that. What covenant is that you're talking about? Because the covenant I'm thinking of is Mount Sinai.
That's right. That's the one. That one that was broken.
Okay.
Okay. So if everybody's still going, because I've seen a lot of people who go. Okay. Who
I'm going to interrupt you again, Danny.
Okay.
So, just because you trigger something in my brain. The covenant of death. We have made a covenant with death. So you're saying that this covenant with death is actually the Mount Sinai covenant. Am I hearing you right?
What I'm saying is, because it was broken, and if you decided.
But that's it. We made a covenant, which is what we read in Exodus 22 today, which is 20 to 24. That covenant has blessings. And it has curses if you break it.
That's
curses are the death part.
That's right.
That's what you're saying this is talking about. Am I correct?
That's right. That's what I'm talking about. Because it was broken, you now are under the ordinances, and it was actually the ordinance that was nailed to the cross. That's why it was annulled. Those two ordinances that had something to do with the marriage covenant with Jehovah. And since there was a divorce, and you say, no, I don't need Yeshua, I'll still abide with the covenant that was given in Mount Sinai. So if you're going to say that, because I've seen people who did that, and you are disregarding Yeshua's gift, then you are still under the covenant of death. That's what I'm saying there.
So, okay, so now I thought you were so close. Now you just sort of twisted it again. So... Play with me here, okay? So the covenant of death is, here's the curses. You're going to sign this agreement. I'm going to bless you if you obey. I'm going to curse you if you disobey, and that curse is death. That's the agreement. That's the covenant that we broke. Therefore, and that you mentioned Jeremiah, that is the covenant. So now we are under the covenant of death because we've been breaking it. But you just said something different. That if we believe in that covenant and we don't accept the gift of Jesus Christ's death on the cross, that we are still under that covenant. Did I hear you?
We're still under the covenant of death, because that was the penalties when it was broken. So
it's a covenant of death that you're talking about. You're not talking about the covenant. I'm
not talking about the Torah.
I'm getting myself confused here, because it's both in the same covenant.
That's right.
It's both the same covenant. One is blessings, one is curses. We have now been paid for. Again, I'm trying to make sure I understand what you're saying. Yeshua, Jesus, paid the penalty, which was the death part. That's what you're saying.
That annuls the first one.
Okay.
We're now waiting for us to get the new covenant, which will be given.
But the new covenant is the same covenant.
It's the same Torah. It's the same
Torah.
Right.
Okay.
The Torah wasn't broken. It's just the agreement to follow the Torah that was broken.
Yeah. So like me trying to interpret what you're saying, I'm getting confused myself. So you should, but I want to, because you're bringing up some great points. The covenant of death is the covenant that we signed or agreed to at Mount Sinai. I think we agreed to it 3 or 5 times.
Yes.
Yes, everything that is in it we will do. And yes, everything you said we will do. But the curse is also part of that for breaking the penalties. So if I'm making an interest payment or a mortgage payment and my mortgage is late, the part of the deal, part of the covenant I'm signing with the bank was that they would be able to charge me 28% interest for being late, or the same for the Visa card, right? 28 or 32%, whatever it is, they could charge me interest on the late payment. Well, that really bites, 28%, but you agreed to that, and now you have to pay, like, instead of $500, you're paying $700 for that next month. Oh, well, that hurts, but that's the penalty. It's the same here. Instead of agreeing to obey or actually obeying the law, we broke the law. Now we're guilty of the penalty of death. We don't want to pay the penalty of death because it hurts, but we got to pay it. But Yeshua's paid it for us.
Right. Which means that penalty of 28% that you just said as an example is done away with.
It's null and void.
That's right.
But the regular monthly payment still has to continue. The regular covenant, the Mount Sinai covenant, is still in force.
That's right. I agree with you.
Aha. Okay, so the covenant of death here, this is not the Oslo Accord. This is actually the Mount Sinai covenant, and this is the other half of that covenant for not obeying.
That's right. I agree with you.
Well, I'm agreeing with you. I'm trying to make sure I understand what you're saying. Wow. So this changed. So all these people with the Oslo Accord being the covenant of death, that's just a pile of malarkey.
It's
Shane.
just there to confuse everybody.
Wow. Thank you, Danny. Shane, go ahead.
I guess I was looking at it in that same. I was looking at this more like the church. I guess the church they've basically agreed amongst themselves, the Sunday church, to go away from the law. So since they've done away with the covenant, what you guys have been saying,
They've now come under the covenant of death.
yeah, because they've done away with the law.
So
I guess I have a hard time explaining this, but what you guys are saying is kind of what I was.
I'm just, let me see. I just trying to reword what you're saying. Your covenant, the churches who have done away with the law, your covenant with death is not annulled because you've accepted the Jesus died for you, but you're not willing to continue with that covenant, right?
Yeah, because in Amos 2:4 it says, "So says Jehovah, for 3 transgressions of Judah, yea, for 4, I will not turn away from it, because they have despised the laws of Jehovah and not kept his commandments, and their lies after which their fathers walked led them astray." So I thought that was.
Let me throw that up here. I'm trying to figure which.
That's what I guess I see in even Isaiah 29. Is
say that. Just give me the Amos verse again. Amos.
Oh, I lost it. 2:4, I think it was.
You want to read it again? I got it on the screen.
Oh, I got it mine. Okay. So says Jehovah, for 3 transgressions of Judah, yea, for 4, I will not turn away from it, because they have despised the laws of Jehovah and have not kept his commandments, and their lies after which their fathers walked led them astray.
And so that's what you're saying.
Right? Am I seeing that right with the church?
Yeah. Everyone who doesn't want to keep the Torah, doesn't want to keep the laws, is under this covenant of death, which is part of the law that you're going to die for your sins. Yep. Yeshua paid the penalty for your sins if you obey. Right? So
Yep.
Such a
And I
big
see
thing.
that in Isaiah 29, like through, it's a lot of verses in there, like 10 through 14. It just, to me, it just came out off the paper that this was like false prophets, the church, or maybe the Antichrist. I don't know, that we were just deceived, But anyway,
Very
that's
good.
my 2 cents.
Very good. Tom.
Yeah, I guess basically I'm going to say the same thing because when I put my hand up, I had Deuteronomy chapter 30. See, I've set before you today life and good, death and evil. And I'm commanding you today to love Jehovah your Elohim, walk in his ways, blah, blah, blah. And I declare to you today, you'll certainly perish if you don't, right? And I call heaven and earth as witnesses against you today. I've set before you life and death, and blessing and curse. Therefore, you shall choose life so that you live, both you and your seed. So, when we violate the covenant, we make a covenant with death. When we violate our part of the covenant, we are making a covenant with death.
You're spot on. I set before you blessing and cursing. Choose life. We've chosen the covenant of death.
We make the covenant with death when we violate our part of the agreement.
Yep. So
what do you do with 18?
With 18 what?
Read 18.
Verse 28?
Verse 30, verse 18?
28, 18.
Oh, okay.
Your covenant with death will be annulled, and the agreement with Sheol will not stand. When the overflowing scourge passes through, then you will be trampled down by it.
So, yep. So your covenant with death shall be annulled. Okay, how do you annul the covenant of death? You obey. If you're talking about the covenant at Mount Sinai, the way to annul the death is to obey. But that's not what it's saying here. So if you go back up and put it in context, I really think it's talking about something that's going to be effectual later in time, not today, not now, and hasn't been. It's
so where's the context here?
So very well, you go back to 14. Therefore, hear the word of Jehovah, you men of scorn, who rule this people who are in Jerusalem. Because you have said we have made a covenant with death, they have made the covenant with death. Because you have said, and with the Sheol we have effected a vision, when the overflowing scourge passes through, it does not come to us, for we have made lying our refuge, and under falsehood we have hidden ourselves. But, therefore, thus said Master Jehovah, see, I'm laying in Zion a stone for a foundation, a tried stone, a precious cornerstone. Who's that? A settled foundation. He who trusts shall not hasten away. So those of us who have belief in Yeshua and the Torah are going to be okay. But I shall make right ruling the measuring line, and a righteousness the plumb line, and the hail, etc. Anyway, my point is there's something specific to Jerusalem that's going to happen, whatever it is. And these people are saying they're safe because they made this covenant with death. And he's saying, oh no, you're not protected. In fact, when I annul that covenant, where is it? And when the covenant with death shall be annulled, your vision with Sheol not stand, when an overflowing scourge passes through. And it passes through often as it passes through, it shall take you, for it shall pass through every morning, by day and by night, and it shall be only trembling to understand the message. I mean, I don't see.
So what is the understanding here? What's the scourge that we're talking about here?
And that's what I'm saying.
This is the time of the end. Is this a plague? Is this Hamas?
It could be a plague. We've already had
one. Is it the
one.
Houthis rockets?
Remember, we've already had a plague, the big one recently. Who says there isn't another one to come, which is even worse? And that's the talk, of course. But I don't know.
So you're saying this has not yet happened. It's still
exactly. And that's what I see. That's my own opinion. But just reading it in context, it just sounds like it's not referring to the covenant of life, which is what I would call Mount Sinai, not the covenant of death. I yield.
Very good. Very interesting. Okay. Ryan, go ahead.
Yeah, so when I read through this, I think of the Mount Sinai covenant is the law of liberty, the law of life. But when you're obeying it, it's the law of liberty. When you're not obeying it, it's the law of sin and death. So that's what comes out of it when you disobey it. And Christ,
Okay, but then Glenn's pointing out though that it's more specific to Jerusalem.
yeah, I don't, I'm not arguing that. This is just
Okay.
I'm just saying what jumps out at me.
I'm just trying to stir the pot up, that's all.
Well, I know, but I don't have any commentary on that because
Joe's an instigator. Watch out.
Can somebody go and look in the commentary, see what the commentaries say about this? Google the commentaries for this covenant of death. See what they say. If somebody could do that. Ryan, sorry, I cut you off.
No, it's okay. But Yeshua Messiah came and made the disannulment. So this is like, to me, is like the scenery of a courtroom. The judge has made a pronouncement on those that should be judged for death, and he's disannulled that covenant with death and put us back in good standing with the judge. So the person that walks away from that doesn't go back into lawlessness. They become a law-abiding citizen after that, or at least they're expected to go back into the world as a law-abiding citizen. So walk away from that and be lawful, be obedient to the covenant of life.
I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying, but I'm also doing what you're doing. I've taken that out of context. After verse 18, there's this overflowing scourge that keeps passing through over and over again, which is what Glenn was pointing out, and which has now got me thinking, what is this talking about? Is this yet future? Or has this already happened?
It could be that we've been experiencing this throughout history up until this very day.
Okay. Sarkis.
I like to give a different perspective.
Of course.
Problem is next Shabbat study, it's related to it. In Exodus 23:32, you shall make no covenant with the people of the land that you're entering. And that's the first instruction, right at Mount Sinai.
Yeah.
Okay. And what do we see is because they're going to end up forgetting the covenant with Jehovah because they're going to end up worshiping other gods. And that's what we see in the book of Joshua and the book of Judges. What happened? They made a covenant with the Gibeonites. And then in the book of Judges, if you look at
but
chapter
just
2,
before you move on, I want to point out that Jehovah, even though he told them not to make a covenant, they did. Jehovah bound them to that covenant that they made with the Gibeonites, and they had to protect them from that day going forward. And I say that to demonstrate that our Creator is a God of covenants, and if you put your pen to paper, I don't want to say cherish,
because they're doing it in his name. That's why.
Yeah, but he
expects you to live up to it.
He makes you live up to it. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Sarkis. I just want to point that out.
Basically, you live up with the consequences. That's what.
Yes.
Okay. But if we'll go look, you can pull it out. The book of Judges, chapter 2, and verse 20, and I'll read it here.
Go in there. Just give me a second.
Judges, chapter 2, verse 20, 21. Okay, you look at that.
Okay.
And the anger of Jehovah glowed against Israel, and he said, because this nation has transgressed my covenant, which I commanded their fathers, and has not listened to my voice, I also from now on will not expel any from before them of the nations that Joshua left when he died. And what's going on is today, then when you read the book of Judges, especially if you read chapter 1, it will show you every tribe making a covenant with the nations they couldn't conquer them completely and lived among them. And they made treaties throughout the book of Judges, even and even up to King David. He did not destroy them. He subdued them, and he used them as slaves, as a tribute to be hewers of stone, hewers of stone, and carriers of water. Okay, so one of the things is Israel today, the state of Israel today, is repeating the same thing, making covenants with the nation around them, making peace treaties. And
Abraham Accord?
No, before that, you have
Well,
to
I'm
look
just
at
saying it was the most recent
Camp
one.
David's
Yeah.
peace treaty with Egypt, then treaty with Jordan, then the Oslo Accord, and now you're looking at Abrahamic Accord, and that is the death, the covenant of death, because it will lead them away from Jehovah. And that's what it is, the covenant of death. When he says, don't do it, and you go and you do it, you're going to get it, because you're going to end up trusting yourself instead of trusting Jehovah. You're going to rely on yourself and on your covenants with mankind and your enemies versus the covenant with Jehovah, with the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And that's the covenant of death. That's my perspective. I look at it. And what do you see today? They're still they're looking into making covenants with the enemies around them. Nothing new under the sun. It's repeating 3,000 years later.
They
Or
need to,
3,200 years.
I better not say that because
Okay.
I could get banned here. So
That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with Sarkis. There's something to come that's going to be this particular covenant with death. And it's not here yet. I think it's in the works. We know there's something going to happen because, Israel is not necessarily getting their way all the time, and they want protection, want to be protected. They can protect themselves quite well, but they need help. And there may be a situation where they make a covenant with some nation that should not be. And even some of what we've learned in some of these other churches, UCG as well, or worldwide, that have mentioned this for years as being something that's coming up, and we don't see it yet.
I like to add something else here, Joe.
Yep.
We're looking at the state of Israel. What about looking at the greater Israel that it's in exile, that it's living outside the state of Israel? Okay.
Well, just because Glenn pointed out here in verse 14, you who are in Jerusalem. And so I find it hard to put Jerusalem as the entire nation, all 12 tribes.
Yeah, but we still are connected with the state of Israel in one way or another. We have a hand or a foot in there, okay? And what do you see? All these nations, from all the Western nations that represent a greater Israel, they are pushing for covenants. They are pushing to make peace treaties.
Yeah.
And we have to look at that perspective as well and say, are they causing the state of Israel to compromise? Because the brothers and sisters are outside Jerusalem, pushing them to do it.
Yeah, I would say I would agree with you that they are.
Okay, so would Abraham Accord happen? Would two-state solution happen? Absolutely. And the question you have to ask is, then what has that to do with the offer of the red heifer offering and the temple being set up? Who is setting it up? Is the state of Israel setting it up, or the outsiders outside Israel setting it up?
I believe
And
Jehovah's
that's why
setting
we have
it
to
up.
be alert on that.
Okay. Ella or Angela.
Angela had something, but I wanted to say, relate to what Ryan was talking about with the judge. Once we have been released by the judge for whatever we're tried for, And if we are given immunity, then we can no longer be tried for that accusation. And so that's where we stand with Yeshua belief, with Jehovah's promise that, you know, that curse is not on us anymore. We have immunity from ever being accused of that again.
No
Anyway.
double jeopardy, right?
Yeah, right. Here's Angela.
Okay. So I'm going to stand on the shoulders of a giant here. I'm going to stand on Nehemiah Gordon's shoulders because he really helped me unpack this with his teaching, Torah Pearls. If you guys do that, and you can have the same notes that I've got. But
So which verse are you referring to now? Which one are you looking at?
Just kind of looking at the process that Nehemiah led.
Yeah, but where are we talking about here?
Chapter 28 of Isaiah, verse 14, you know, so wherefore, it's like, okay, hear the word of the Lord, ye scornful men that rule this people, which is in Jerusalem. So who are these people? And Nehemiah went back to verse 9 of the same chapter to help us get a really good character sketch of who these people are that are ruling Jerusalem. He says that verse 9 is a rhetorical question. Whom shall he teach knowledge, and whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weaned from milk, drawn from the breast. This is the rhetorical question. And then it says, for precept upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little, for with stammering lips and other tongue will he speak to this people. And then Nehemiah said, this is not the example. In other words, Isaiah asks this rhetorical question, and then he starts into describing this group of people that is ruling Jerusalem. Who does this? Precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little, stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to this people. He's going to chastise them through foreigners. It says, now this verse 12, Nehemiah says, is the right way, okay? To whom he said, this is what they should have done, but didn't do. They do this precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. And when he was doing it, he was rocking back and forth like, okay, this is like the Akiva schools, and here a little, there a little, line upon line, precept upon precept. And when Nehemiah said that, my eyes just kind of opened. Verse 12, he said, is the way that we should be doing it. In other words, this is the way it should be done. To whom he said, this is the rest wherewith ye may cause the weary to rest, and this is the refreshing or restoration, yet they would not hear. And Isaiah further defines this verse. If you turn to chapter 30, verse 15, in Isaiah 30, verse 15, this is going to further define and flesh out this rest and restoration. For thus saith Yahuwah Elohim, the Holy One of Israel, in returning and rest shall ye be saved. In quietness and in confidence shall be your strength, and ye would not. In other words, they wanted to do this line upon line, precept upon precept, put everything under the microscope and expand the Torah to all of these rabbinics. Verse 13, Nehemiah further says, but the word of Yahuwah became. But the word of Yahuwah became unto them, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little, that they might go. Here's the consequences of learning it that way, that they might go, fall backward, and be broken and snared and taken. And because this is the way they wanted to do it, to expand the Torah, Then verse 14 down through 22 says what the consequences are going to be. Wherefore, hear the word of Yahuwah, ye scornful men that rule this people, which is in Jerusalem, these rabbis that have expanded line upon line, precept upon precept. Because ye have said, we've made a covenant with death and with hell, are we at agreement? When the overflowing scourge shall pass through, it's not going to come onto us, for we've made lies our refuge, and under falsehood we've hid ourselves. In the expansion of their rabbinics, this opened my eyes. And this is at this moment when Isaiah is giving this, Sennacherib is ushering all kinds of threats. And what covenant with death were these leaders and rulers of Israel making? They were making covenants with Egypt, with Tyre, and these are all going to fall under the sword. This is this idiom here in verse 20, for the bed is shorter than a man can stretch himself on it. That's so uncomfortable. And the covering, the blanket, is narrower than he can wrap himself up in. This is false security. And here is the clue. Here's another context clue, verse 21. For Yahuwah shall be wroth, as in the valley of Gibeon. Okay, so there's a clue. What did he do in Gibeon that he may do his work, his strange work, and bring to pass his act, his strange act? He's going to take care of it. You can make these false security covenants with all these nations that you think are great, but the one who's really going to deliver you, like I delivered in Perazim and in Gibeon, is going to be me. What was true then is true today. Do we see these same people ruling Jerusalem, ruling a people from Jerusalem in this same way? I've always been told line upon line, precept by precept is a good thing. This is how we should learn, right? If you read this the way it should be unpacked, this is not the way to do things. The way to do things is verse 12. And the way Isaiah further expands it in chapter 30. In quietness. And this is how we are. I mean, here's Ella. You should see all of her study things around in her quietness here. Look what she has learned. She's not going to Akiva and hear a little precept upon precept, beating a dead horse and missing the forest for the single tree that's in front of you. You can see nothing else. No, we're all in the quietness, like Isaiah says. This is how we're supposed to come to it. And we're doing it. We are doing it. As I said, this is not, I would not understand this without Nehemiah. So line upon line, precept upon precept, when people say, here a little, there a little, I think, I'm going home and get quiet.
It's beautiful.
I'm going home and get quiet.
Relationship with the Father.
Yes, intimacy, relationship.
Very good. Wow. Ba-boom. Wow. Okay. Thank you, Angela. Sean, welcome, Sean. I think, Sean, is this your first time here?
No.
No, or I don't know. Yes, go ahead.
No, it's not my first time here.
I've talked to you before, have I?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe last week.
Yeah,
I'm
last
sorry.
week.
I got a memory like a
Yeah.
sieve. Sorry, Sean, go ahead.
But concern, yeah, in relation to the covenant, we are also seeing that while he's speaking to Jerusalem in 29, he also mentions the reference is also given to the house of Jacob. So, but going back to the covenant, we have to see the precedent of the covenant, as Tom was speaking about the blessing and the curse. We have to see the precedent for that is in Genesis, the tree of knowledge and the tree of life. That's where the genesis of this blessing and curse comes from. So we must reference it. And if we see that, is that when we ate of the tree of knowledge, we became darkened in our understanding, and it alienated us or it separated us from the life, from the other tree, right? That's Ephesians 4:18. So, but what brought us to the tree of life is the first Torah, very first Torah given to man, brings us to the tree of life. So when Shane brought up the law, I'm asking, which law is he referring to? So we have two laws. This Mosaic law that we are seeing here is the added law. Remember, it was added because of
Oh, hang on.
transgression.
There's only one law. There are not two laws.
Hold on, hear me out. I'm saying, is this not the added? Was this law not added because of transgression? In Galatians tells us that.
No, this law has been going on since before Moses. It was just given to him as a revelation.
No, I'm saying it's added to the previous law.
Okay, carry on. What's the
I
previous
said
law?
added, right?
Okay, so what's the previous law?
The previous law is the first Torah given to man in Genesis
And what is that law?
2:16.
Genesis 2:16. Okay.
Yeah, that's the first Torah was given to man. Right?
Okay.
Remember when God placed man into the garden, immediately after that, he gave him the Torah. And it's upon breaking that Torah that we get the added law. The law, the Mosaic law that came 400 plus years after. It's now added.
So hang on, Sean. So just let me show you here. I want to show you the law that you're talking about. This is the law that God gave mankind in Genesis 2:16, which is what you're saying. You shall free. So we're allowed to eat of any tree anywhere on earth. That's the law that you're talking about.
Yes.
Okay, carry on.
Is it not Torah?
Well, carry on. I want to hear your point, because
Right.
if
saying
the Torah is only about what you can eat off a tree, it doesn't tell me whether I should kill you or not, or whether I can have sex with your wife.
It is instructions. That's right. He commanded the man. It's a command given to man.
Okay.
You see that? That's the very first Torah given to man. It should have led him to taking in the tree of life, and thereby entering to the seventh day. Right? And which then he would have enjoyed Elohim with his rest. But that did not happen. Right? Instead, well, we know what happened. But you can liken the seventh, that's the first seventh of man. You can liken it onto the second seventh man, which is Passover, when you compare those two, right?
Hang on, the second sin of man is Passover? Did I hear you say that?
The second seventh. Passover is on the 14th, is the second seventh.
Okay,
right?
So where are you getting Passover out of this first Torah here? I don't see Passover here mentioned at all.
I'm saying that if man had obeyed the Torah, he would have entered into the first seventh, and thereby enjoying God.
Okay, so you don't have a scripture that tells you that. That's only speculation. We have no idea.
No, that's the first Torah.
What it would be like if we had eaten of the tree of knowledge of good, tree of life. I'm sorry, we have no idea what that would be like.
But we have it now in John 5. We're passed over from death to life, 5:24, which we read a couple of weeks ago. Right, which I call it the other Passover. Right?
Okay.
So that's why I'm looking at where the Genesis. We need to look at the Genesis of these covenants. the blessing and the curses and so on, and the death and life, right? The covenant of death and the covenant of life be a past. So he said he would annul it. How does he annul it? Is with life. It's so the added law, the Mosaic law, brings us back to the first law, right? Where we have Yeshua now as available, and he said, eat me and you shall live. That is the tree of life right there in John.
Yeah, but
Okay.
we're
Right?
not brought back to
So,
that until Revelation. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, the Aleph and Tav, well, this is where you have, this is what I'm saying. If you understand the precedence in Genesis, you have that's the Aleph. And the Tav is in Revelation 22:14. I presume it's 22:14 looking at, right?
But Sean, we're
That's the
talking about the
Tav.
covenant here in Isaiah 26. Let's get back to that one.
Yes.
There is
Yeah.
only one covenant. There's not two. There's nothing being added to it. There's one covenant. It's the same covenant from the very beginning. God has not changed. He's the
No,
same
I'm
yesterday, today, and forever.
I'm giving the scriptures to say that it was added. It was
You're reading
enlarged.
Galatians, which is someone says that there is a law added, but there's no law
Hold on.
added here in Moses.
I'm giving the scripture where it said it was added because of transgression, because we transgressed the first Torah. It became enlarged. That's how you get Genesis 22:14, where it is commands plural. There was one command given first. Now there's plural commands in Revelation 22:14. Okay, it become enlarged.
It's
You
expanded.
understand?
Okay.
You understand?
Okay.
You understand what I'm getting at? So,
Okay, so
when also the point of Shane of saying where he's saying that the law, some who says that the law is done away with, you gotta ask them which law they're talking about. And you could understand it from this point of view. In one sense, when the added law brings us back to the first, and Paul shared on Psalms 19, both 2 weeks he brought up Psalms 19, where it says the law restores the soul. And then we saw that at the end of the seventh feast, man is still thirsty, man is empty. Remember on the last day of the feast, Yeshua is crying out saying, all who thirst, come to me. Man is empty. But we know that the added law said that after all these feasts, you shall not come before Jehovah empty. If you compare those two, you will see a difference. So the added law brings us back to a state of emptiness in that it's actually purging us.
Okay, so
And when it
Sean,
purges us,
I'm not agreeing with what you're saying, not at all. There is no added law.
I'm
There's
using the
one. There,
words
hang on. There's one
I want you to
covenant.
hear me out. Hear me out.
I have listened to you now for about 10, 15 minutes. Now hear me out. There's one law at Mount Sinai. There's one Torah for all mankind. There's one Torah for Jew and Gentile. There's not two. There's no added law. There's no distinction between the covenant of Mount Sinai and what we're going to take away so that we don't have to obey the law. And I'm not sure if that's what you're saying, but that sure sounds like what you're saying.
No, here's it. Man has two beginnings. Don't we have two beginnings?
Okay, so
Man
you're
has two
teaching
beginnings. We
you're
have a
teaching something here. We're talking about the covenant here in Isaiah 26
Yes,
or 28.
yes. But I'm saying we need to understand the precedence of where the covenants came from.
Right. There was
Right?
evidence in Genesis of God keeping the Sabbath, establishing that. We have evidence by Abel's death that killing was wrong before even Mount Sinai was a thing. So there's evidence that that law existed long before Mount Sinai.
That is after man's fall.
Well, not God keeping
after we transgress the first law, the first Torah. Isn't that after we transgress the first Torah?
Okay, Sean, get to your point. I still don't know what it is.
I'm saying though, in reference to the covenants, the covenant is, we made a covenant in Deuteronomy that Tom was speaking about, right? And it's taken from Genesis, where you have like tree of life and the tree of knowledge. And we have the first Torah given to man, eat, and you're supposed to eat from the tree of life, right?
Okay.
So I'm saying that law we transgress, and after we transgress law, we get the added law. Now we get the expanded law, the Mosaic law that came 400 plus years after. Okay, that's why it's
Okay.
multiplied in Revelation 22:14. Okay, it will bring us back, and if you look at that, it brings us back to the very first law where we still got to eat and enter in. So it's related. So if we see that we have passed over now from death to life, we have passed over from the tree of knowledge to the tree of life. And that's what John 5:24 is telling us. And that's where Yeshua is saying that when at the end of the feast, on the seventh day, right? The seventh day of the seventh feast, that's why the next day should be a jubilee, right? Man is empty. Man is thirsty. Therefore, what it's showing us is bringing us back. This added law is bringing us back to the first law, where we are empty state to eat the tree of life, to take life into us. So we pass over from the covenant of death to the covenant of life. That's all. Amen.
Okay. Tom, go ahead.
I just want to say, I think Angela nailed it.
Yep.
Although where I would disagree, and should actually help clarify this for me too, I have to say, is I don't think it's a covenant with other nations we're talking about here. Their covenant with death is their covenant with their own lies and falsehoods that they've made their refuge. And they think they're going to protect that. They actually think that, look, we've made a covenant with death, and we've made we got to deal with death, and we got to deal with a vision with hell. When the overwhelming rod passes over, it's not going to come on us. We've made lies our refuge and hidden ourselves with falsehood. And it's funny because I've read that about the precept upon precept. I've seen it that way for the longest time, that this is a bad thing. That's not the way to study, because you're going to fall backward. And I don't know if I got it from Nehemiah or not, but I believed that for a long time. But I never really put this together the way she did. And those lies are the covenant that they've made. They believe their own crap, if you will. The idea of
our own church denominational stuff.
Right. And remember when Ezekiel is told to cook the food over the dung. Remember, human dung,
Yep.
right? It's the idea of believing your own crap, if you will. Sorry for the vernacular, but it's in you eating it and you're regurgitating it, and you say it so you stop believing it, and it becomes truth to you. But it's really you're just your own crap, right? Well, in the New Testament, the man from Galilee, remember, what does he say? He tells them, he says, "Look, you guys, you don't go in, and you don't let anybody else go in. Your lies have got you so messed up, you don't even know where the door is anymore." And that's the covenant with death, I think, that it's talking about here, because Jehovah said, "I'm going to annul that covenant." That's the washing of hands and who knows what other things that they had, other requirements that weren't in the law, all these different things to make Sabbath a burden and whatnot. And Jehovah said, the covenant with death is going to be wiped out, and your vision with hell is not going to stand. When the overwhelming rod passes through, it is going to beat you down. You're not going to be protected. Your lies aren't going to protect you from that. Anyway, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. I'm going to give the last. Sorry, Tom. Okay, I'm going to give the last word to Angela or Ella, whoever's going to speak there, and then we're going to move on to Psalms.
Okay, so the wind-up punch that Isaiah gives to the proofs that Nehemiah unpacked in 28, the wind-up punch that Isaiah gives for his argument begins in chapter 29. This is where he kind of condenses and summarizes his litany. Okay, if you start with verse 13, in chapter 29, we read this, but I want you to think about that line upon line, how he identifies the people and what they were doing. It says, "Wherefore Yahuwah said, For as much as this people draw near me with their mouth, and with their lips they do honor me, but they've removed their heart from me, and their fear toward me is taught by the precept of men. Therefore, behold, I will proceed to do a marvelous work among this people, even a marvelous work and a wonder. Now, this marvelous work is referring back to that verse 21, where very obscurely in verse 21 in chapter 28, it says, for the Lord shall rise up as in Mount Perazim, which you can find what he did there in 2 Samuel 5:20, when David goes up and tears down the idols. He shall be wroth as in the valley of Gibeon. You can find that reference to what Yahuwah himself goes before Joshua in Joshua 10:10, that he may do his work, his strange work, and bring to pass his act, his strange act. That's what verse 14 is referring to, that verse 21. It says, therefore, behold, I will proceed to do a marvelous work among this people, even a marvelous work and a wonder. For the wisdom of their wise men shall perish, rabbinics, and the understanding of their prudent men shall be hid. Woe to them that seek deep to hide their counsel from Yahuwah, and their works are in the dark, and they say, who seeth us and who knoweth us? Surely your turning of things upside down, twisting, shall be esteemed as the potter's clay. For shall the work say of him that made it, he made me not? Or shall the thing framed of him that framed it, he had no understanding? Is it not yet a very little while, and Lebanon shall be turned into a fruitful field, and the fruitful field shall be esteemed as a forest? And then we've already covered 18. We've talked about that. But look at the last verse of chapter 29. They also that erred in spirit shall come to understanding, and they that murmured, that's this stammering lips, they shall learn doctrine. It's kind of a summation of Isaiah's whole exegesis here. And if you read the first verses of chapter 30, you will see that this is, in fact, covenants made with foreign countries, this false security. Woe to the rebellious children, saith Yahuwah, that take counsel, but not of me, and that cover with a covering, there's that short blanket and short bed, and that cover with a covering, but not of my spirit, that they may add sin to sin, that walk to go down into Egypt, and have not asked at my mouth to strengthen themselves in the strength of Pharaoh, and to trust in the shadow of Egypt. Therefore shall the strength of Pharaoh be your shame, and the trust in the shadow of Egypt your confusion. And historically, this will come to pass. Egypt promised to come to their aid, and did they show up? Nada. They did not show up.
You're going to have to lead off this next Shabbat with a review.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, thank you, Lance. That was
Good
very
stuff.
good. Very good. Awesome. Okay, we're going to move on to Psalms now. I'm just, wow, that's really good. Psalms, what are we doing, Psalms? We are doing Psalm 136 with Holly. Holly's going to do 136.
Yep. Psalms 136. Give thanks to Jehovah, for he is good, for his loving commitment is everlasting. Give thanks to the Elohim of mighty ones, for his loving commitment is everlasting. Give thanks to the Master of masters, for his loving commitment is everlasting. To him who alone does great wonders, for his loving commitment is everlasting. To him who by wisdom made the heavens, for his loving commitment is everlasting. To him who spread the earth on the waters, for his loving commitment is everlasting. To him who made great lights, for his loving commitment is everlasting. The sun to rule by day, for his loving commitment is everlasting. The moon and the stars to rule by night, for his loving commitment is everlasting. To him who struck Mitzrayim and their firstborn, for his loving commitment is everlasting, and brought out Israel from their midst, for his loving commitment is everlasting. With a strong hand and with an outstretched arm, for his loving commitment is everlasting. To him who split apart the sea of reeds, for his loving commitment is everlasting, and made Israel pass through the midst of it, for his loving commitment is everlasting, but shook off Pharaoh and his army in the sea of reeds, for his loving commitment is everlasting. To him who led his people through the wilderness, for his loving commitment is everlasting. To him who struck great sovereigns, for his loving commitment is everlasting, and killed mighty sovereigns, for his loving commitment is everlasting. Even Sihon, and sovereign of Amorites, for his loving commitment is everlasting. And Og, sovereign of Bashan, for his loving commitment is everlasting, and gave their land as an inheritance, for his loving commitment is everlasting. An inheritance to Israel, his servant, for his loving commitment is everlasting, who remembered us in our humiliation, for his loving commitment is everlasting, and rescued us from our adversities, for his loving commitment is everlasting, who gives food to all flesh, for his loving commitment is everlasting. Give thanks to the El of the heavens, for his loving commitment is everlasting.
Thank you, Holly. I wonder, is God really going to commit forever, or is he just a part-time or just one time? I think Dave is trying to make a point. His love or mercy, I have mercy here, endures forever. His love and commitment is forever. Okay, let's do 137 and 138. Ella.
There you go. You got it. You're on.
Okay, I couldn't get it unmuted. 137. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down. Yea, we wept when we remembered Zion. We hung our harps upon the willows in the midst of it. For there, those who carried us away captive required of us a song, and those who plundered us required of us myrrh, saying, sing us one of the songs of Zion. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a foreign land? If I forget you, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her skill. If I do not remember you, let my tongue cling to the roof of my mouth. If I do not exalt Jerusalem above my chief joy. Remember, O Lord, against the sons of Edom, the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it to its very foundation. O daughter of Babylon, who are to be destroyed, happy shall he be who repays you as you have served us. Happy shall he be who takes and dashes your little ones against the rock. 138. I will praise you with my whole heart. Before the gods, I will sing praises to you. I will worship toward your holy temple and praise your name for your loving kindness and your truth, for you have magnified your word above all your name. In the day when I cried out, you answered me and made me bold with strength in my soul. All the kings of the earth shall praise you, O Jehovah, when they hear the words of your mouth. Yes, they shall sing of the ways of Jehovah, for great is the glory of Jehovah. Though the Jehovah is on high, yet he regards the lowly, but the proud he knows from afar. Though I walk in the midst of trouble, you will revive me. You will stretch out your hand against the wrath of my enemies, and your right hand will save me. Jehovah will protect that which concerns me. Your mercy, O Jehovah, endures forever. Do not forsake the works of your hands.
Thank you, Ella. Okay, so why did David, is that just part of his song? Verse in chapter 136, why is David saying his mercy endures forever? Over and over after every line for 26 times. What's the point he's trying to make? Patty.
Okay, in Second Chronicles chapter 5, the last two verses, well, this is when Solomon performed for the house of the Lord. All that work was finished, and he brought in everything that his father David had dedicated. Then, okay, in verse 13 and 14, in unison, when the trumpeters and the singers were to make themselves heard with one voice to praise and to glorify Jehovah. And when they lifted up their voice, accompanied by trumpets and cymbals and instruments of music, and when they praised Jehovah, saying, He indeed is good, for his loving kindness is everlasting, then the house of Jehovah was filled with a cloud, so that the priests could not stand to minister because of the cloud, for the glory of Jehovah filled the house of God. And I think either it's looking forward to or remembering back to the wonder of that.
So this is David writing the psalm. So it would have been looking forward to that time, because I think David died before Solomon became king, and Solomon was king when he did the dedication, in which
I
is now,
don't think he died before Solomon became king.
you don't. I think I do.
And
I think Solomon
he
took 6
built,
years
he,
to build the temple, and in the 6th year he dedicated, or the 8th year he dedicated the temple. So King
he made
David's
all
dead.
the instruments that were used in that dedication. King David did.
But Solomon built the temple 6 years after he became king. He became king when David died. And then in the 6th or 8th year, and I forget which one it is, he dedicated the temple. And that's when Jehovah came down, and which is what you just read in Second Chronicles. And you're pointing out that his mercy endures forever. So what has that got to do? What has that got to do with him coming down and filling the temple? How is that mercy? Like, I'm trying to put this together. How does that fit? How does that?
Well, okay, when I was reading in Second Chronicles, where David, okay, it's in chapter 29. Well, maybe I'll take a minute to find everything, but I feel like David passed off the king duties to Solomon, and then King David went and took his second love, and he made all those instruments that were used in the dedication, and he gave everybody their time of their service that they were supposed to come at appointed times. He did that by lot, and he did, I mean, just when now it's been a while since I read the last few chapters of Chronicles, but I clearly got the impression that he passed off that kingship, and then he had like, and maybe all this, he
So,
made all those
but
instruments beforehand, but I was,
let's not split that hair right now. Let's not worry
Okay,
about
Joe,
that. Let's focus on
Joe,
his mercy endures
if
forever.
Joe, if I might, very quickly, I can clear this up right now.
Okay.
In First Kings, chapter 1, start with verse 32. It says, and King David said, call me Zadok the priest and Nathan the prophet and Benaniah the son of Yehoiada. And they came before the king. The king also said to them, take with you the servants of your Lord and calls Solomon my son to ride upon my own mule and bring him down to Gihon. And let Zadok the priest and Nathan the prophet anoint him there king over Israel, and blow ye with the trumpet and say, God save King Solomon. This is because Solomon's other son had gathered together other
David's other
leaders,
son.
and David's other son, David's other son, and was raising himself up to be king. And this is the moment when Bathsheba comes into David's chamber and tells her, look, I thought we had an agreement between us, husband.
Okay,
so-
okay, but let's go back. I want to get back to his mercy endures forever, and how is that coming out of the dedication at the temple?
Okay.
Okay,
I just wanted to say that sister was correct. Miss Patty, she
okay.
was correct.
I don't want anyone to know that, so I'm going to delete that out of the thing. I'm always right.
Okay.
No, again, I could be wrong, but I want to focus on this before we get off on a different tangent. His mercies endure forever. Again, Patty was bringing that up. Pat was bringing that up in the dedication of the temple. Ella?
I just see in that what comes to my mind as I read that. This is kind of, if you look at it, it's all the things that might affect us in our lifetime. And I think he's just saying in every situation, his mercy endures. It's just a reminder to us to remember that. You know, we can't get caught up in whatever without recognizing that he's there for us in every trial that we have, in every situation that we come up with. His mercy endures forever. What's the one song where the scripture says that his mercy is new every morning? Every morning, his mercy. We just have to continue to
Despite our unworthiness,
Right.
and despite Israel at this time's unworthiness.
Right. He's always there. He's ready to forgive. He's ready. His mercy endures. But we have to call upon him and then walk in it. That's just what I see.
Okay. I've got to get back here. Shane.
Yeah, I'll agree with Ella. I just want to say it kind of reminds me of Jesus never changes, that he's the same yesterday, today, and forever. So that's just what it reminded me of.
Okay. I was intrigued that Patty brought it up at the dedication of the temple. I'm thinking David wrote this before him, but now that I've been corrected that he was still alive afterwards, maybe he wrote it afterwards. I don't know. Okay. Anyone else on Psalms 136, 7, and 8? See, we're all weak on Psalms. I know I am.
Joe, in verse or in the end of 135, blessed be Jehovah out of Zion who dwells in Jerusalem. Well, he wasn't dwelling in Jerusalem in a sense until the temple was built. That was the house that David wanted to build for him. I just see that as a prelude to this stuff that he may have written.
Brought the tabernacle there.
Yeah. Anyway, maybe a prelude before the temple was built or for his house.
Okay, Ryan.
Yeah, real quick, I was just reading a commentary on 136 about for he is good, for his grace continues forever. And I just wanted to bring it up on what they say here. It says the sages note that the psalmist begins this great Hallel by dedicating its 26 verses to the special covenant name of God, Yod-He, Vav-He, or Yehovah, which also has the numerical value of 26. The refrain that his great grace continues forever is repeated 26 times within this psalm. According to rabbinic sources, this corresponds to the 26 generations of humanity who lived from the creation to the giving of the Torah.
Where did you get the 26 generations from again?
from creation to the giving of the Torah at Mount Sinai.
Okay. Interesting. Thank you, Ryan. That was a little bit of tidbit. Okay. John 10. Finally, we're going to get to John 10. And who's doing that? Shane? Susan. Susan's going to read John 10 for us.
Truly, truly, I say to you, he who does not enter by the door into the fold of the sheep, but climbs up some other way, he is a thief and a robber. But he who enters by the door is the shepherd of the sheep. To him the doorkeeper opens, and the sheep hear his voice, and he calls his own sheep by name and leads them out. When he puts forth all his own, he goes ahead of them, and the sheep follow him because they know his voice. A stranger they simply will not follow, but will flee from him because they do not know the voice of strangers. This figure of speech Jesus spoke to them, but they did not understand what those things were which he was saying to them. So Jesus said to them again, truly, truly, I say to you, I am the door of the sheep. And who came before me are thieves and robbers, but the sheep did not hear them. I am the door. If anyone enters through me, he will be saved and will go in and out and find pasture. The thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. I came that they may have life and have it abundantly. I am the good shepherd. The good shepherd lays down his life for the sheep. He who is a hired hand and not a shepherd, who is not the owner of the sheep, sees the wolf coming and leaves the sheep and flees, and the wolf snatches them and scatters them. He flees because he is a hired hand and is not concerned about the sheep. I am the good shepherd, and I know my own, and my own know me, even as the Father knows me, and I know the Father, and I lay down my life for the sheep. I have other sheep which are not of this fold. I must bring them also, and they will hear my voice, and they will become one flock with one shepherd. For this reason, the Father loves me, because I lay down my life so that I may take it again. No one has taken it from me, but I lay it down on my own initiative. I have authority to lay it down, and I have authority to take it up again. This commandment I received from my Father. A division occurred among the Jews because of these words. Many of them were saying, he has a demon and is insane. Why do you listen to him? Others were saying, these are not the sayings of one demon possessed. A demon cannot open the eyes of the blind, can he? At that time, the feast of the dedication took place at Jerusalem. It was winter, and Jesus was walking in the temple in the portico of Solomon. The Jews then gathered around him and were saying to him, how long will you keep us in suspense? If you are the Christ, tell us plainly. Jesus answered them, I told you, and you do not believe. The works that I do in my Father's name, these testify of me. But you do not believe because you are not of my sheep. My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. And I give eternal life to them, and they will never perish, and no one will snatch them out of my hand. My Father, who has given them to me, is greater than all, and no one is able to snatch them out of the Father's hand. I and the Father are one. The Jews picked up stones again to stone him. Jesus answered them, I showed you many good works from the Father. For which of them are you stoning me? The Jews answered him, for a good work we do not stone you, but for blasphemy, and because you, being a man, make yourself out to be God. Yeshua answered them, has it not been written in your law, I said you are gods? If he called them gods to whom the word of God came, and the scripture cannot be broken, do you say of him whom the Father sanctified and sent into the world, you are blaspheming because I said I am the Son of God? If I do not do the works of my Father, do not believe me. But if I do them, though you do not believe me, believe the works, so that you may know and understand that the Father is in me and I in the Father. Therefore, they were seeking again to seize him, and he eluded their grasp. And he went away again beyond the Jordan to the place where John was first baptizing, and he was staying there. Many came to him and were saying, while John performed no sign, yet everything John said about this man was true. Many believed in him there.
Thank you, Susan. Where am I? Okay, so Glenn, go ahead.
I think you know where I'm going.
I was about to say it. No one else was. Go ahead.
Verse 22.
Hang on. Before you get to 22, we have been reading. Let me give you a little pre-thing here.
Need a little chronology.
We've been reading since chapter 7. So chapter 7, where is chapter 7 here? Oh boy, it's quite a few pages back. And these things, verse 2, now the Jews' Feast of Tabernacles was at hand. And then, where does it say? Verse 37, on the last day of the great day of the feast, Jesus stood out and cried out, saying, if anyone thirsts, let him come to me and drink. He who believes in me, as the scripture says, out of his heart shall flow rivers of living water. That is the 7th day of the Feast of Tabernacles. At the end of that day, chapter 8, verse 1, but Jesus went out to the Mount of Olives. Okay? Verse 53, the chapter before, and everyone went to his own house, but Jesus went to the Mount of Olives. So this is the 7th day. It's now the beginning of the 8th day feast. Where am I going next?
So hint right there. Everyone went to his own house. Weren't they supposed to be, if they were in tabernacles? It's the last day. It's starting to be sunset. They're going home.
Yeah.
They're not in their sukkahs anymore.
That's right. So I guess the next verse I'm looking for. So then the next day, they come back and they want to stone him. Where does it say the next day? And Jesus began to teach them. Verse 8. He said to them, teacher, no. Now, so verse 2, I should have just gone to verse 2. Now, early in the morning, so the next day, early in the morning, he came into the temple and all the people came to him. So everything in chapter 8 is now the 8th day of the Sukkot. And he's about to be stoned and he flees. So the 8th day, chapter 8, verse 59, then they took up stones to throw at him, but Jesus hid himself and went out of the temple, going through the midst of them, and so passed on. Then chapter 9, we read about the blind man. Now in chapter 10, and they're taking up stones here, verse 31. They took up stones again to stone. So they still got this stoning mentality in their brain. What day are we on? We're still in the 8th day.
Yep.
Glenn.
Yes. And that's where 22, and my version says, and at that time, the Hanukkah came to be in Jerusalem, and it was winter. Hanukkah is rededication.
Hanukkah, the Jewish word Hanukkah means dedication.
So
the feast of Hanukkah is the feast of dedication.
And now, it was winter.
When does winter begin?
in after the fall Sukkot feast, or actually it's a little before, but it's at the end of this feast is basically winter, the rainy season.
No, it's actually the first of the 7th month
So
begins
the
winter.
trumpets, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah. So there are only 2 seasons in Israel. There's winter and there's summer. There's no such thing as fall and spring. Those words have been added to the Bible. There is only winter and summer in the Bible. And summer begins at Aviv 1 and goes for 6 months until the end of the 6th day. Then on the first day of the 7th month, that's when winter begins. That's also the Feast of Trumpets. And then 2 weeks after that begins Sukkot, and 3 weeks after that begins Shemini Atzeret, or the Feast of Dedication. So chapter 22 here, verse 22 is talking about the Feast of Dedication. Why is that day, the 8th day, called the Feast of Dedication? Which now brings us back to what Patty was reading in 2 Chronicles. And so I'm going to go there. Where am I going here? And we'll just read it. 2 Chronicles 5. Let me just, and it happened. So this is actually one of the greatest events in the history of Israel. Next to Mount Sinai, which we read, the covenant, Jehovah speaking the covenant to Israel in Exodus 20 to 24. We read that today. Now, I'm going to start here in verse 10. I should actually read the whole chapter. But, and there's a whole bunch of other chapters we should read. Now was in the ark, nothing was in the ark except the 2 tables which Moses put in at Horeb, when Jehovah made a covenant with the sons of Israel when they came out of Egypt. Verse 11. And it happened, as the priests came out of the holy place, all the priests present were sanctified and did not wait by division. Verse 12. And the Levitical singers, all of them of Asaph, of Heman, of Jeduthun, with their sons and their brothers, being clothed in white linen, having cymbals, and with harps and lyres, stood at the east end of the altar, and with them 120 priests. I wonder why they got 120 priests, sounding with trumpets. Okay, so now you got the trumpets being sounded. And I've been on the Mount of Olives when I've heard the sound of these trumpets through the night. They are so beautiful. It's wow. And verse 13, and as they were as one to the trumpeters and to the singers, to make one sound, to be heard in praising and thanking Jehovah, and as they lift up their voice with the trumpets and the cymbals and the instruments of music, and praise Jehovah, saying, for he is good, for his mercy endures forever. And the house was filled with a cloud, the house of Jehovah, so that the priests could not stand to minister, because the cloud for the glory of Jehovah had filled the house. Now we got to go first to 1 Kings chapter 8. 1 Kings chapter 8. And Solomon gathered the elders of Israel, and at the heads of the tribes, the chief of the fathers of the sons of Israel, to King Solomon in Jerusalem, so that they might bring up the ark of the covenant of Jehovah out of the city of David, which is Zion. Okay, so where are they doing this? Zion is the city of David. Where's the city of David? Well, that was in the part that we read today. Chapter 29, Isaiah 29, Ariel, from the dust of the ground. That's the place which is west of the pool of Siloam, which is now just bedrock. The city of David has been taken down to the very bedrock. And out of that dust is what chapter 29 was talking about. But this is where it comes from. So it comes out of the city of David and is brought down to the temple that Solomon has now built over top of the Gihon spring, over top of the Melchizedek stone, which is we've just found in the last few years. And the men of Israel were gathered to King Solomon at the feast of the month of Tithing, which is the 7th month. And all the elders of Israel came in, and the priests took up the ark, and they brought up the ark of Jehovah and the tabernacle of the congregation, all the holy vessels which were in the tabernacle, even those the priests and the Levites brought up. And King Solomon and all the congregation of Israel who had assembled to him were with him before the ark, sacrificing sheep and oxen, which could not be counted or numbered for multitude. And the priest brought in the ark of the covenant of Jehovah into its place, into the holy place of the house, into the holy of holies, under the wings of the cherubs. For the cherubs spread forth their two wings over the place of the ark, and the cherubs covered the ark and the staves of it above. Where do I want to go here? Do I want to read the whole thing? And happen? Oh, yeah, I may as well just keep reading. Okay. And they drew out the staves so that the ends of the staves were seen out of the holy place in front of the Holy of Holies, and they were not seen outside. And there they are until today. There is nothing in the ark except the 2 tablets of stone which Moses put there at Horeb, when Jehovah made a covenant with the sons of Israel when they came out of the land of Egypt. And at verse 10, and it happened when the priests had come out of the Holy of Holies, the cloud filled the house of Jehovah, and the priests could not stand to minister because of the cloud of the glory of Jehovah. So now that's taken place. Now, did that already happen? Or does now the blessing that Solomon prays take place? Solomon's prayer. So there's Solomon's prayer of dedication, right? The prayer of dedication. And it goes right down here to the end. Solomon's benediction, Solomon's sacrifices. Hang on, I skipped the part. Where does it say the lightning came down and consumed the offering? I can't see the chat, so you guys have to yell it out to me.
Right there, no? Wait a minute.
Where?
Oh, hang on. He finished praying the benediction. I would have thought it'd be right here. Huh. Nope, it's not there.
Fire came down from heaven and consumed the sacrifice. Maybe that's in 2 Chronicles. Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's 2 Chronicles chapter 7, verse 1.
Where'd you go? 2 Chronicles chapter 7, verse 1. And when Solomon had made an end of praying, the fire came down from heaven and consumed the burnt offering and the sacrifice, and the glory of Jehovah filled the house. So now we've just read the first part, which is actually should have been afterwards, according to this. And the priest could not enter into the house of Jehovah because of the glory of Jehovah had filled Jehovah's house. And when all the sons of Israel saw how the fire came down in the glory of Jehovah of the house, they bowed their faces to the ground on the pavement and worshiped the praise of Jehovah, saying, for he is good, for his mercy endures. There it is again. For he is good, for his mercy endures forever. Wow. I love how this is all coming together. Okay. Dedication of the temple. And the king and all the people offer sacrifices before Jehovah. So here it is, the dedication of the temple. Right? Now I'm going to go back to 2 Kings chapter 8. And I want to go down to the end. In the 20th year of Jehoram, the sons of Ahab, the king of Israel. Am I in the right place? No, I'm not. Where am I? I want First Kings. First Kings 8. That's what I want. Right down at the end. Solomon's sacrifice. And the king and all of Israel with him offered sacrifice before Jehovah. And Solomon offered a sacrifice of peace offerings, which he offered to Jehovah 22,000 oxen, 120,000 sheep. So the king and all the sons of Israel dedicated this. So here it is. The king and all the sons of Israel dedicated the house of Jehovah. On that day, the king sanctified the middle of the court before the house of Jehovah, for there he had offered the burnt offering and the food offering and the fat of the peace offering, because the bronze altar from Jehovah was too small to contain the burnt offering and the food offering and the fat of the peace offerings. So again, that's how much offerings going on. And at the same time, Solomon held a feast, and all of Israel with him, a great congregation from the entering of Hamath to the river of Egypt before Jehovah our God, 7 days and 7 days, 14 days. So they did this for 2 weeks. On the eighth day, what's the eighth day? Shemini Atzeret. He sent the people away and blessed the king and went to their tents, joyful and glad of heart for all the good that Jehovah had done, for his mercy endures forever, for David his servant, and for Israel his prophet. So now,
So the question is, when did they start celebrating that feast 14 days? If the end day was Shemini Atzeret.
14 days. So they start the feast 7 days, 15th. So 7 days before that would be before atonement, right?
Exactly.
Right. So before we go off on that tangent, verse 22 of chapter 10 is talking about the feast of dedication that Solomon is making, which was done on Shemini Atzeret. That's the feast of dedication. That's the one Yeshua is in at the temple, not the one that's done at Christmas time in worshiping the pagan god of St. Nicholas.
Now, wouldn't you say that is a very, very grand deception or error? What would you call this?
A false teaching that the others are doing? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know how to break it up. It's written right there, and it can be very easily misunderstood. Like I said, my version reads, at the time, the Hanukkah came to be in Jerusalem, and it was winter. So everybody in their worldly understanding think winter is, December?
Yeah.
So it just throws everybody's mindset off because they don't understand how Israel works. Like you said, there's 2 seasons there, not 4.
So again, Jehovah gave manna. Why? To feed the people. No, Moses says he gave them manna to test them, to test the people. So here he's giving you scriptures and translations, because it's translated by men, to test you. To test you. And what Angela just read about precept upon precept, and this Torah, I can't read it because it's written in a foreign tongue. My lips can't read it. You're to build it precept upon precept, not by memory, but by study in the quiet of your home. It's just brilliant. This is what we're supposed to be doing, not following the masses. Oh, it's got to be Hanukkah, so it's got to be, what is it? What is it? 9th month, whatever day that's on. I don't even know what day that's on. Which is Christmas time. It's always around Christmas. The Festival of Lights, which is Christmas is also the Festival of Lights. So is the Dahlia, or some Hindu god celebrating at that time.
Diwali.
Diwali, yeah, something, whatever it is. Again, do you want to follow traditions and serve other gods, or do you want to obey God and study the Torah in the quiet of your homes? So this, yes, Glenn just sort of, he knows where to stick his needle in to pop the balloon here, so I bust out. This is a great teaching when you know the truth. And it's such a great day. the day Jehovah entered, the day Jehovah came down on earth. And that, ladies and gentlemen, that is a brilliant teaching all on its own. Because you're only given 2 verses as to the meaning or what to do for the feast of Shemini Atzeret. You're not told anything about it. And yet we have all these examples. Today, or that day, when Solomon dedicated the temple on Shemini Atzeret, Jehovah came and dwelt with man here on earth. What does Shemini Atzeret represent? It represents the 8th millennium, when Jehovah will come and dwell with men here on earth. That's such an amazing thing. Think about it. The 8th millennium, the 8th day feast.
You didn't
the
say
Jubilee
it.
year. What?
You didn't say it. You didn't say it.
Say
the
what?
new beginning.
I'm not there yet. I'm
well,
not finished. The Jubilee year, Shemini,
Yeah, it's a Jubilee.
the Shavuot, and Wave Sheaf Day. They're all 8th day events. They're all new beginnings. There, okay? Happy, Glenn?
Yes.
They're all new beginnings. And the meaning behind each event, the meaning of Wave Sheaf Day, the dead coming back to life, right? That's what Linda was talking about. When it takes place, the cutting of the barley after the Sabbath, Wave Sheaf Day. They were resurrected at 9 a.m. Or not resurrected, they were resurrected after Wave Sheaf Day when the barley's cut, but they ascended with Yeshua at 9 a.m. Shavuot, 8th day, right? It starts from that cutting of the barley. 8 Sabbaths later, the 8th day, Sunday, is the next resurrection of the saints, when we will be raised up, us, the wheat, at that time. Now go to Shemini Atzeret. What's going on there? Look at the Jubilee year, the restoration of mankind, the restored. So, well, let's go there. I'm on a roll now. I can't stop. So we're going to go there. Go to Leviticus 25. I want you to see this. Leviticus 25.
I got one more thing when you're ready.
Well, hang on.
I'll wait. I won't pop your bubble.
Make the 50th year holy, proclaim liberty. Okay, proclaim liberty throughout your land. To its inhabitants and Jubilee. There it is. Every man shall return to his possession. Every man shall return to his possession. So look up the word possession. What does that mean? Everyone return to, you're going to return to your land? That's what we think it means. That's what everyone believes it means. But what does it really mean?
Going back to him. He's your possession. You're his possession.
Vision. Light. Returning to the light. A moment of vision of dark and of night. Lightning. To hold. Okay, so this is where we get the possession from. Hold. Connection. Hold what? To grab something and keep hold of it. What did Jacob do when he wrestled Yeshua? Wrestled the angel. He wouldn't let go. He held his possession. Perceive, light, perceive, chest, vision, chest, seer, light, vision. It doesn't say possession anywhere. Akuza, possession, property, land, possession by inheritance. Akuza, feminine possessive particle, something seized. There you go. Something seized. That is a possession. What is it? So let's go and see this word. Akaz, to seize. So again, now we go back to what has mankind lost? And I believe because of a chiastic structure, Adam died. I don't have that ready. I won't go and get it. Adam died on, if you look in the Jubilee charts, Adam died 50 years before the end of the millennial day. Chiastically, I believe, and I can't prove it, but on the 50th year after the creation, that's when they took of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. What was the thing that they lost? They lost their light. They lost their being like God, and he put clothing on them to cover them up. And they could not see him anymore after that. That's why we can't see God, because he's light. So, Glenn, what's the other thing I'm missing?
Well, just want to say you're awesome at these things. You just keep us on the edge of our seat. I love it. But
What?
the bottom line is the 8th day. If you turn it sideways, what does it mean? Infinity.
Infinity.
And that is what we're going to be living with him forevermore after that. There'll be no time, there'll be no sun and no moon, because he's the light.
Which is
It'll
chapter
be
22 of
forever in the
Revelation.
light. It's awesome. Thank you.
And his mercy endures forever. Look how everything just tied together here. Danny.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for that teaching on the Feast of Dedication, which she proved to be on the 7th month, and not the one on the 9th month on the 25th day, which may be the reason why there's going to be an earthquake, a major earthquake all over the world on the 24th day, which is revealed to us in Haggai 2 of verse 20 or verse 10, that talks about the earthquake on the 9th month of the 24th day, a day before Hanukkah.
Well, which is the day before the tradition of Hanukkah. So
That's right.
if you look at the actual Hanukkah events, you can read about them in, I believe it's 2nd Maccabees. And what it tells you is that they lit the menorah. That's all it says. It doesn't say the menorah was lit for 7 days. It doesn't say they had to do something special with the oil. They lit the menorah. They found some oil, they lit the menorah. Where we get the Hanukkah tradition from, the Hanukkah tradition that's taken today, is in the Talmud. The Talmud created the lie that says it was lit and stayed lit for 7 days, created a miracle out of nothing, because the Maccabees never said that. So it's the Talmud priest creating a tradition. And if you search that up, you'll get a whole different understanding of what the Hanukkah that practiced today is all about.
But isn't the Hanukkah that they practice today then based on the Maccabees, and was when the Maccabees rededicated, what does that be in the December time frame?
So the Maccabees rededicated the temple, rededicated the temple or the altar. I forget which one it was.
Well, the altar, I think it was, but
Yeah, and they did that the 25th day of the 9th month, and they lit a menorah.
so the 9th month, that would be then, say, September, October. So around in November.
No, it's
Possibly.
December. It's around December.
Well,
Depending
yeah.
on the year, most of the time it's around December.
Okay,
So,
so that's okay.
but hang on, that's not what the Maccabees said.
Oh, I know that. I was
The
just
Talmud
looking at,
says that the menorah was lit for 7 days
right,
because
that's
of that.
not true.
That's not true.
Right, I know all that, but I was just looking at the time frame. They rededicated around the time of November, December.
And
So
then the Maccabees wrote a letter to the other Jews encouraging them to keep this month as a memorial,
Right, kind of like Purim, right?
exactly like Purim,
Okay.
which is adding to the Torah.
So you got the original dedication that we read about with Solomon, and then you got a rededication at the Maccabees, which is not really, the story is wrong. The conventional traditional story is incorrect.
So when King David comes back and King David's going to rule, King David's going to keep the holy days of Leviticus 23. And then somebody's going to come up into him and say, what about Hanukkah? Are we not going to do Hanukkah? He's going to look at him cross-eyed and say, what are you talking about? And then somebody else is going to come up to him and say, well, shouldn't we be doing Purim? And David's going to say, where in the heck is that found in Leviticus 23? And you could get your head chopped off at that time, because David isn't going to put up with any nonsense. So we have got to obey Leviticus 23, Leviticus 25, and the holy days that Jehovah said to keep, and not be adding our own traditions to it. And we got to be very careful of that. Yeah, okay, so everyone's gonna be very upset at me, and I'm gonna get a whole bunch of hate mail. Hey, that's part and parcel. You know, people, I told the businessmen's group in the Philippines, they thought, here's a prophet coming to talk to them. Everyone calls me a prophet. I said, do you know, realize that a prophet's never sent to you because to tell you you're doing good. I don't read anywhere in the Bible where God sends a prophet, say, pat the people on the back. He sends them a prophet to tell them their sins and tell them to repent. So if you don't like it, then I'm in good company. You need to repent. Stop keeping these false traditions that people have set up for you to keep. They spend more time involved in Hanukkah and Purim than they do with the holy days. And they don't keep them at the right time. And they know when the wheat's being harvested. They know when the barley's being ripe. They know that. They're in the land. They could look at it. To choose to keep Shavuot for 2 days in the diaspora, that's BS. That's just pure BS. Baloney's galoney. You got to keep it at the right time. You're in the land. There's no excuse not to be doing it at the right time, and no excuse for the rest of the world to be keeping it at the right time with you. Ella, First Maccabees 4, 52 to 59. Judah Maccabees demands its observance yearly 25th day of Kislev. There you go. Judas Maccabees, not Jehovah. Sean, go ahead.
Yeah, I want a clarification. I heard you said that only the Torah was in the ark.
Only the
Could you
Torah
say-
was what?
You said only the Torah was in the ark. So I want to know, where did you get that from?
He just read it. He read it in one of the Chronicles that stated
Did
what
it?
was in
Did
the
it?
Torah was just the
But
tablets.
what was in the ark?
Yes.
What was in the ark?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Is that
but
what you're
then
asking, Sean?
you had the manna was added afterward.
Yeah, the manna was added at some point. I'm not sure where, but we just
Right,
read
so
in
this
First
where-
Kings that only the Torah was in the ark.
Right. But then the ark, right? That's where we come back to see the two laws. The Torah is the added law, and the manna represents the bread of life, the law of life. So the two goes together. You
But
can't
the Torah is
separate
the
it.
only thing inside the ark.
But there
At that
should have
point-
been Aaron's rod too.
Yes.
And
Yes.
Which budded, right?
Yeah.
Which
Now I don't
signifies
know
life.
where the verses are that say that they're inside the ark. I don't recall where they are.
Right. But it's there. We know it's there. So I'm saying the Torah doesn't. When we say the Torah, I'm using back the word the added law. It does not go by itself. It's the first
Yeah.
law.
See, as soon as you say added law, my brain goes no. So
I
I'm
know,
sorry. I do
because
not agree.
I'm using the word that says it was added because of transgression.
the Levitical
Is that okay?
rules.
Is that okay? I'm
Well,
using the.
if
I'm
you,
not. It's not my
I'm
word.
not agreeing with it. I don't agree with that. But
but
that's
it's not
what you
my
understand.
word.
There's one Torah. It's the same Torah from the beginning to the end. That's the tree of life.
It was.
And
It
I
is.
think that's what you're saying.
But we have to see it in both natures. The
No,
first
I
Torah
just
is
have to
the law of
understand that there's
life.
one law.
Why don't
When you bring in two different
I-
laws, you're confusing
It's
me
the
and
law.
you're confusing
Yes, the
everybody
law.
else.
No, because you need to see it. If you don't see it, you'll
Go
see that the
down
second
and
law
possibly
is
try
gives
going
us.
into that.
Hang on, Linda. Linda, you're talking over him here. Hang on. Sorry,
Yeah,
Sean, go ahead.
the, look at the last verse in chapter 10 there we just read. The preposition there is into. The Greek preposition there is into. He who believes into me, right? Into. He is there to give us this life by believing, by us putting our faith into him. We are receiving him, right? John 1:12. We are receiving him. And when we're receiving, we're receiving him into our innermost being. He said, out of our innermost being shall flow this water. That is the innermost, that's our spirit which is in our soul. The innermost being is part of our soul, it's the deepest part of our soul. And there's where the water is from, because the soul that is needed is the part that needs to be quenched, that is dry and thirsty. Right? At the end, thirsty is life, and so therefore life comes down. Life is offering himself to us to take him in. So we gotta see that the manna goes with the Torah. There, the manna supplies the Torah. The demands of the Torah is supplied by the law of life. Amen? You see that?
Okay, you're cutting out on me some of the time, so I'm not 100% sure of what you're saying. I'm sorry, I'm trying to listen, but I'm not getting it. Linda, what were you trying to say?
It was a mistake that I had my mic still on. Thank you, though.
Okay. Ella, go ahead.
Angela.
Yeah, I wanted to bring something else up about this chapter 10. I love this chapter because to me, it demonstrates Yeshua's knowledge of the Masorah and the whole analogies that he used about being the door, referring to sheep, and sheepfolds is referring to the big and the little dipper, which are the larger and the lesser sheepfolds. And I love to study the story that's in the stars.
So hang on, before, okay, I need you to explain to everybody what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about, and I totally agree with it, but you need to tell people what you're talking about. What are you talking about, the Masorah?
All right. The Maseroth is just the Hebrew name for the zodiac. And I'm not speaking about horoscopes and making predictions about if you're an Aquarian, you need to look for these characteristics in a Cancer person and marry them because you're going to be eternally happy. The Maseroth and the Hebrew zodiac is about the story of redemption. That from creation, from the fourth day of creation, Yahuwah put this in the heavens.
So how is this chapter 10 here connected to that?
Okay, chapter 10, I'm going to just say that verse 31, it says, then the Jews took up stones again to stone him. Well, the reason they did is because of this heavily laden language that Yeshua uses, referring to his story written in the stars about our kinsman redeemer coming to redeem the larger sheepfold.
Hang on, before the verse 31 is a direct reference to I and my Father are one. He's claiming that he is the same as God. That's why they were about to stone him, not about the sheepfold.
Okay, yes, it is, Joe, because
chapter 10,
verses 25 through 29 is referring to Cancer, the crab, okay? Yeshua is likening himself to the crab that no one can pluck out from my hands.
Okay, hang on, just hold on a second. Hold on. I'm reading these 25 to 29.
Okay.
I don't see anything here about Cancer. And then when you're talking about Cancer of the crab, we're talking about the consolation. Okay.
Right. Verse 28. And I give unto them eternal life, and they shall never perish, neither shall any man pluck them out of my hand. That's what a crab does. He holds on to something. No one, once his claws close, you can't take it out of his hand. Okay. And so, but this chapter opens up with Yeshua referring to the sheep and the sheepfold, and he is the shepherd. And the reason the Pharisees here are all up in arms because he said, other sheep I have that are not of this fold. This is the greater sheepfold that he's talking about. And not even you and your takano can take away from me what the Father has given me, because the purpose of the crab, the Cancer crab in the heavens, from Maseroth storytelling, is that nothing can get away from the Redeemer. What was a portion to him, he keeps a hold of. He does not lose one. And this infuriated the Pharisees.
So let
This
me
is
just
why, as soon as
let
he
me
said
interject
that,
here. Let me interject here because you haven't. There are still some people that aren't sure where is she.
Okay.
She's gone off the deep end here. So
okay,
just hang on. Just hold on. Back up. You're talking about the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper, and
yes,
the Big Dipper is in the olden times called the Big Bear
greater
and the Little
sheepfold.
Bear. So these are also referred to in the book of Job as the cubs, or not the cubs. What are they called in Job? The two bears.
Bears?
Is
Yeah.
it bears or
I
the
think it's bears.
cubs? Okay. So the sheepfold that Yeshua is now talking about, the one that they are, that we're talking about here, is the little sheepfold or the little dipper or the little bear. Now, in the stars of that constellation are what is called the names of each star is referring to a sheepfold. It's not a bear. It's referring to a sheepfold.
Which
Now,
is an enclosure.
which is an enclosure, but it's all got these different names, and there's different things inside there that refer to a sheepfold, which is like a circular. If you look at my hands, it's like this. It's an enclosure with the door right here, the part that's open.
Right.
So, and if you look at my hands, the two parts here, these are the crab parts in the Cancer or the constellation called Cancer. It's not a crab, it's a sheepfold. Okay? And that's what I'm trying to help you, Angela, so I'm not trying to discredit you. Okay? So there's the small dipper, the big dipper, the big bear. Then there's the constellation itself called Cancer. But then there's also another deacon, which is called the good ship Argo. Okay, that's also part of this same prophecy. The little dipper represents Passover. The Big Dipper represents the second Hag, or the second time of revolution, or the second time you go up to Jerusalem, which is Shavuot. The third deacon, the good ship Argo, represents the third Hag, which is, again, what we just talked about, the constellation of, not the constellation, the feast of Shemini Atzeret, when Jehovah comes to dwell with man. That constellation is a ship with many people on it, represents the third Hag, or the third time when mankind will be raised up from the dead. The first sheepfold, little dipper, or the little bear, represents the wave offering that took place when the people were brought back to life, Matthew 27, verse 50. So the greater one, the one that Yeshua is talking about here, that I have another sheepfold, a greater sheepfold. That's the one we're a part of. That's the one that's about to take place at the end of the tribulation, 2033, on Shavuot. Okay, Angela.
Okay. So the greater sheepfold is Israel. The lesser sheepfold, as I understand it, is Judah. It's the two kingdoms, the divided kingdoms. Okay,
No,
so if you look at
it
verse
can't be
12,
that. It can't be that because the first people that came back to life at at Wave Sheep Day were not just of the tribes of Judah. They were of the Noah.
the combined kingdom. They were of the combined kingdom. If
Well,
you
there
look
was
at
no
verse
kingdom
12,
back then. Anyway, carry on.
okay, look at verse 11 in this chapter. Yeshua is talking about himself. I am the good shepherd. The good shepherd giveth his life for the sheep. But he that's a hireling, and not the shepherd, whose own the sheep are not, he seeth the wolf coming, and he leaves the sheep, and he fleeth. Did Judah do anything to go after their lost brethren? Did they carry any heartbreak or burden for them? No, they didn't. And the
But
wolf
was
catches
Judah
them, and
a hireling? No.
He's referring to the Pharisees here. He is talking to the Pharisees. He's condemning them. And verse 13, the hireling fleeth because he's a hireling, and he careth not for the sheep. I am the good shepherd, and I know my sheep, and am known of mine. As the Father knoweth me, even so know I the Father, and I will lay down my life for the sheep. He is our kinsman redeemer. Okay, and other sheep I have which are not of this fold. Okay, the little dipper is a sheepfold, and the big dipper is a sheepfold. The Pharisees are schooled in the Mazaroth. Okay, they understood this language. He said, them also I must bring, and they shall hear my voice, and there shall be one fold and one shepherd. They did not want to hear this. They like their distinction. They like their rabbinics. They like all of this stuff. And then if we go over to verse 25, it says, Yeshua answered them, I told you and you believe not the works that I do in my Father's name. They bear witness of me. But ye believe not, because you're not of my sheep, as I said unto you. My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. And I give unto them eternal life, and they shall never perish, neither shall any man pluck them out of my hand. That these Pharisees would know he's referring to this Deccan, this cancer crab, that what he gets cannot be taken from him. My Father, which gave them me, is greater than all, and no man is able to pluck them out of my Father's hand. Then the Jews took up stones again to stone him. They were furious because he is using the Mazaroth.
Well, you skipped right over verse 30 there. You didn't even read it.
I and my Father are one, Echad.
The same as that.
Then the Jews took up stones again to stone him. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, this is why they were furious, because they really didn't want their lost brethren to return in this language of being under one sheepfold, and they didn't like that.
Well, I would disagree with that. I would say that they were about to stone him because I and my Father are one is a blasphemous statement to them. And to read that in that they were upset because he's talking about the Mazaroth, that's not a reason to stone
I think
somebody.
it's the whole conversation he's having with.
Yes. The sheep, so if you look at a shepherd, you talk to the sheep won't listen to anybody that walks by. But when they hear the shepherd's voice, they answer. They come to that shepherd. They know that he's the one that takes care of them. That's a normal thing. Anyone who's done any sheep herding knows that. So again, to read that whole Mazaroth thing into this, you can. It's interesting. It's nice. But for me, the real reason that they want to stone him is because I and my Father are one. That's the reason they stone him. You don't say that you're God and live.
I'd agree that that was the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak. It's like, that's it, we've had enough.
And they already had the stones from the earlier incident on chapter 9, right? What did he say there? Therefore, the parents, was it
that
chapter
wasn't
9?
for blasphemy
No, chapter
there.
8. Chapter 8, they were going to stone him too. But I forget.
I think that's in verse 58. Truly, truly, I say to you, before Abraham was born.
I am. Yeah. There you go. So again, it's on this purpose of them saying, or Yeshua saying, I'm God. I'm the one that, I am he. So.
Or he's saying he was in the bush. There was a messenger in the bush too. There was an angel in the bush too.
What do you mean? Oh, the burning bush at Mount Sinai?
Yes, there was an angel there. There's an angel in the bush.
I
Yeah,
guess, Joe,
but
my
he
point
didn't refer
was
to
is
that
that
though. Go ahead, Angela.
Yeshua, I guess my point was is that Yeshua was using the Mazzaroth and the images that they were familiar with to declare who he was.
Well, I think you
The
because
kinsman
and
redeemer, I and
you
my
and I,
Father
because
are
we
one.
know about the Maseroth, we can see the relation of it in this scripture. But just because he says, um, where's it say, eternal life, snatch them out to connect that to the cancer, when in fact, cancer is not the proper understanding of it. It's not a crab. The crab is not a crab. It's actually a sheepfold, is what it's described. So to associate that pinching with a crab, you're stretching because
Okay,
the
but
crab is
the
not there.
crab, cancer is a deacon in that
But it's
the
not a
dipper.
crab. That deacon is a sheepfold.
Oh, okay.
That's the
Well,
difference. So again, your analogy is really nice and interesting, except to base it on the snatching and relating that to a crab, which is not there. The crab is not there. It's a sheepfold. And that sheepfold doesn't pinch, it doesn't grab, it doesn't snatch. So again, it doesn't work for me. But your analogy, it's interesting, but it doesn't, you can't make it fit using that one verse.
Okay.
Sarkis.
Let's look at Numbers 27, verse 12 to 23.
Numbers, you want me up on the screen?
Yes, please, because that's what Yeshua is referring to.
Numbers 27. Numbers 27. What verses?
12 to 23. Right there.
Okay.
So when we read it, and Jehovah said to Moses, "Get up into this Mount Abarim and see the land which I given to the sons of Israel. When you have seen it, you also shall be gathered to your people as Aaron your brother was gathered. For you rebelled against my command in the desert of sin, in the strife of the congregation, to sanctify me at the water before their eyes. There they were the waters of strife in Kadesh in the wilderness of Zin. And Moses spoke to Jehovah, saying, Let Jehovah, the God of spirits of all flesh, set a man over the congregation, who may go out before them, who may go in before them, and who may lead them out, and who may bring them in, so that the congregation of Jehovah may not be as sheep which have no shepherd. And Jehovah said to Moses, Take Joshua the son of Nun, a man in whom the Spirit is the Spirit, and lay your hand upon him. And he set them before Eleazar the priest and before the congregation, and gave him a charge in their sight. And you shall put of your honor on him, so that all the congregations of the sons of Israel may be obedient. And he shall stand before Eleazar the priest, we shall ask of him according to the judgment of Urim before Jehovah, and his word they shall go out, and at his word they shall come in, and he and all the sons of Israel with him, even all the congregation. And Moses did as Jehovah commanded him, and he took Joshua, set him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the congregation. And he laid his hand upon him and gave him a charge, even as Jehovah commanded by the hand of Moses.
So what's that got to do with this
He's
chapter?
claiming to be the next after Moses. He is the Joshua.
Who's claiming to be that? He's not
Yeshua.
claiming to be that. He's claiming that he is Jehovah. He's not claiming to be the next Joshua.
Yeah, but Joshua, what does it mean, the word Joshua?
Ah, okay,
His
so
name.
that's where you're going. Okay.
Yeah. Not only that, Moses says later on that after me will come someone like me. Listen to him.
Yeah,
And-
but see, I disagree with what you're saying. I don't think that's talking about Yeshua. I think that's talking about the two witnesses here at the end of the age.
Well, the question is, if you look at the two witnesses, you have to verify that. I mean,
Well, but hang on,
you gotta
before we,
prove it.
but let's
Here
let's
I'm
not
looking
switch the
at the
fight.
shepherd. He's
Yeah.
the shepherd right here. He's talking about Joshua now being the shepherd, just like Moses was the shepherd, and he took the people and shepherded them out of the land of Egypt and shepherded them throughout the wilderness. And they're going in and out, they were listening to him. He was leading them. And Yeshua is claiming to be Moses himself as well as Joshua.
Well, you're reading, no, because he's not claiming to be Moses. He's not claiming to be Joshua. He's claiming to be Jehovah. That's what it says when I am. So at the end.
Well, yeah, there's no, I'm not questioning that.
But, okay, but you're saying
I'm
he's
just saying
trying to be somebody else.
Yeah, but he's the type of Moses who's supposed to lead the people to Jehovah.
I can agree with that, but that's not what this chapter here is talking about, chapter 10. It's talking about sheep and a shepherd, and that, you know, he's saying that he's like a good shepherd. He's not comparing himself to Moses. He's comparing himself to Jehovah. And he's saying that I am Jehovah. And that's the reason for them wanting to stone him.
Yeah, I understand that part, but at the same time, he's telling them, I'm supposed to lead you. You are the sheep. I'm here. I'm the good shepherd, and the only good shepherd here is Jehovah. The next person is Moses. The next person is Joshua. Those are the leadership, and he is presenting himself as the next Moses, as the next Joshua, and he is saying, just like, how do I explain it? It's the concept of that he is claiming himself to be the leader. He is saying, I am your shepherd. You need to listen to me. And just like in the days of Moses and Joshua, the people were listening to him. He's doing the same thing. And who did Moses represent? He represented Jehovah. So
Okay.
Joshua. And that's another
Well, yeah.
twist to it.
Okay. Danny.
Yeah. I want to go to the verse 30. It says, I and my Father are one. And then the way he answered it, so that the Jews will not stone him, by explaining that is it not written in your law that you are gods, which is the same one we just discussed earlier in Exodus. Was it Exodus 22? You shall not revile the Elohim nor curse the ruler of your people. That's in 28. So I think it's his way of, okay, let's get away from that thought, because you think that I am God after I said me and my Father are one. And then he said this, you are son of God, which he refers to himself as the Son of God. So it's an amazing way of getting away from that thought process, so that they will lessen the impact of that particular truth that was given by Yeshua. So I kind of thought that was kind of interesting.
Okay. Very good. Anybody else got any more they want to contribute to John chapter 10 and Hanukkah? Shane, do you want to close out the Torah portion for the readers?
Will do.
Yeah, before you do that.
No. I was kidding.
Who is that? Was that Sarkis?
Yeah, it's Sarkis. I think
okay.
you got to look back into the in Hebrews chapter 13 verse 20, and that's the better. Now the God of peace that brought again the dead, our Lord Jesus Christ, that great shepherd of the sheep, through the blood of the everlasting covenant. And then you have in Peter as well, when you look at it, it's
which Peter?
Verse Peter chapter 2 and verse Peter chapter 5. For you were asleep, for you were as sheep going astray, but you are now returned unto the shepherd and bishop of your souls.
You got a verse?
Peter 5:4. And when the chief shepherd shall appear, you shall receive a crown of glory that fadeth not away. So I'm trying to second it here by what in Numbers 27 it says, is basically Yeshua is comparing himself to Joshua and to Moses as the shepherd.
I'm not disagreeing that he's comparing himself to a shepherd. I'm
Yeah.
not disagreeing with that at all. But the reason for them stoning him was not because of that. It was because he's claiming that he's Jehovah.
Well,
That's-
yeah. I understand. I was just bringing another perspective about the shepherd versus, but the constellation story of the constellation. I was just comparing to that.
Okay. I'm going to come back to that. I'm going to have Shane close out the Torah reading, because we're done reading the Torah now. I'll have Shane do that closing prayer, and then I want to bring up another point.
Okay. As we close the Torah, we say this prayer. Vizod ha-Torah asher sam Moshe, lifnei b'nei Yisrael al pi Yehovah, biyad Moshe. And this is the Torah that Moses placed before the children of Israel at the command of Jehovah to the hand of Moses. Returning the Torah to the ark, we say the tree life prayer. Etz ha'im hi l'makazim kimba, v'tol meka meushar, derakei ha darkei noam, v'kol nativoteka shalom. Hashivenu Yahovah ele kavana shuva, Hadesh Yameinu kekedem. A tree of life to those who hold fast to it, and all who cling to it find happiness. Its ways are ways of pleasantness, and all its paths are peace. Help us and guide us, inspire us, and provide us with the wisdom your Torah can show. Cause us to learn, renew, and return, just as in the days of old.
Thank you, Shane. And I want to thank everyone here for participating in it. And I'm just going to, I want to come back to John here in a second, but something else. Today it's a Midrash. And as a Midrash is, we argue our positions passionately, and we may not always agree, and we correct each other. I was corrected today. But at the end of it, we've got to love each other. So, I was arguing with Linda earlier, and I was arguing with Sean today, and Sarkis, not so much, but sometimes I do with Sarkis. And Glenn too, I don't care who it is. If you say something that I don't agree with, I'm going to voice my opinion, and you got to prove it with the scriptures. I hope I'm big enough to change my mind when I'm proven by the scriptures, as Patty did with King David still being alive. That's awesome. It's not about being right or wrong. It's not about emotions. It's not about me being smarter or better than you, or you being smarter or better than me. It's about all of us learning the Torah together. And that's what we're doing here. Now, Glenn outed me. He said, sometimes Joe is contentious on purpose. Yes, I am. To get you to have a debate, to get you to have a discussion. And sometimes out of those discussions, we get gems that we never saw coming, that were, wow. And I can remember sometimes, some of those moments are priceless. So I want to make sure that everyone knows that when we do this, it's not that I'm better than anyone else. I'm playing a part here, instigator, troublemaker, but so that we can all learn to study better. And at the end of it, we've got to be able to say, I love you. And I'll come back and see you again next week. And not let our emotions get in the way of studying the Torah. We want to be passionate. That's emotional. But we also want the facts. That's black and white. So again, I want to make sure I share that, because sometimes we get a little tense here sometimes. And Linda's got her hand up.
I'm going to disagree with Patty, and I put it in the Chat, I still don't think that David was alive. And I use scripture, but I'd appreciate it if somebody then could prove how what I didn't see. Um, because um David dies in First Kings 2. And it's right after he tells Solomon, I want you to kill all these people. And then um 4 years later, he starts building the temple, and it took 7 years to build the temple. And then, even after it was completed in the 8th month, then it was another year before they dedicated it. So that would have meant that 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, that David lived another like 11 or 12 years. And I guess I if he was going to live that much, well, maybe he did put him on the throne and then
So,
live
so
another.
basically, Linda's confirming that I was right after all, so I don't need to repent. So-
I don't know. I
but
mean,
anyway, just Linda,
it's an
that's okay.
interesting question.
That's something we can study and people can look it up. I just want to make sure that people understand that are listening and are watching that this is part of our Midrash, disagreeing and arguing passionately. But at the end, we got to love each other. Okay, so I just want to make sure that's what we do here at Study of the Moon. And part of the reason for doing that is to develop leaders. Develop leaders so that you can all argue when you get these arguments in the future. You'll know how to address them, know how to take them, and be able to develop your personality to take on these discussions in the future. It's not, again, I'm not here to get people to follow me. I'm here to teach you or help you to teach Torah and to learn Torah too, and at the same time develop leaders, people who are going to go on to be priests in the kingdom who are going to teach the Torah. Okay, that's my little closing rant. I want to go back to one thing that we didn't discuss about John that I think is important, and then after that we'll wrap up. He says that right here, most assuredly I say to you, whoever does not enter the sheepfold. Okay, remember the sheepfold? It's got this opening here, right? It's got this opening. That's where the shepherd lies across. That's where he lies across to keep the sheep in. But that's also something else. So, you did not enter the sheepfold by the door, but climb up some other way, the same as a thief and a robber. So he goes on to explain that if you don't come in by the door, if you come in through the windows or another way, you're a thief. Why? Why are you a thief? What is the importance of the door? Who is the door? He tells you in the next section that he's the door. I'm Yeshua. I'm the door. We all know that. We get that. Okay. What did we read last week? On the doorpost of the door, right? Right here at the beginning, if you're a bondservant, you get your ear pierced to the doorpost, and the blood drips down onto where the door is above. What's the door above? So let's say change this now. This is the bottom of the door. Here's the two posts. The threshold. The threshold. The threshold is where the lamb or the sheep's goat or the sheep's blood is poured out. That's where they dip it in. There's a little hole in the corner of the lintel. That's where they dip the hyssop in to smear the door post. But that hole in the lintel was for the blood, to collect the blood. Why? Because that's where you made the covenants. That's where you made these agreements. What is the threshold? So if you're going to come into my sheepfold, you have to cross the threshold. What's that threshold represent? The agreement of my house, the rules of my house. Yeshua is the door, Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet. Aleph, Jehovah. Bet, the tent or the tabernacle or the house. Gimel, you're to go to it through the door, Yeshua. All those, just those first four letters. That's crossing the threshold. The threshold is the Mount Sinai covenant. the tree of life. That's the threshold that we have got to agree to enter into the bet, to enter into the tabernacle, the kingdom of Jehovah. That's what he's explaining here. If you're not going to agree to that threshold covenant, if you're not going to agree to that Torah, if you're going to invent your own Torah, then you're a thief jumping in through a window or coming in some other way that did not come in through the door, through Yeshua, through the threshold covenant of Mount Sinai. That's what he's saying. That's what he's implying here. And it's very, somebody was asking me in the commentary of YouTube about the threshold covenant. And they recommended, or they thought about Rico Cortes' teaching on it. Rico Cortes has one of the best teachings I know, and I've copied it verbatim. But he's got one of the best teachings on the threshold covenant, the salt covenant, and the blood covenant. And if you haven't listened to it, you need to go and listen to it. If you haven't read the books on it, there's a guy, the blood covenant, he's got 3 books that are on Amazon. I forgot his name, but they're awesome books. It's very important to understand the blood covenant. And this explains a lot of the suffering that's going on because we do not obey. Anyone got any more comments on that before we wrap up? Usually I say, okay, and then Sarkis says,
And
oh,
we
wait.
eat of that tree, right, Joe?
Yes, we eat of that tree.
Amen.
But there's not.
So we agree.
And well, I don't know. I'm still thinking about it. Holly.
Yes.
Would you do the closing prayer, ma'am? Thank you.
Almighty Heavenly Father, we just thank you for a beautiful day that we got to rest with you and in you, Father, and that we got to Midrash with our brothers and sisters. And like Joe said, we can fight like brothers and sisters, but we need to love each other and forgive each other. And so, Abba, Father, you are the giver of life and the healer of all. And you are our way maker. You make a way when there is no way. And so, Father, I just continue to ask that you just keep all of the children, the born and the unborn, in the palm of your hand, Father. I ask that you just continue to protect those people who are keeping your commands and walking in the way and keeping the testimony of your Son, Yeshua HaMashiach. And I thank you for your Son, Yeshua, the living, breathing, walking, talking Torah, who gave up his Ruach and his blood for our sins and the sins of the world. And Father, this world is full of sin. And so, Father, I just ask that even though we sit here every week and we study your word, there's just so much that we don't know. And Father, I just continue to ask that you just feed us the truth and help us to get rid of the Greek. Help us to get rid of the traditions of men, Father, and help us to find the words to help those people that we love and the ones that they love, so that we can help them to get to you through your Son, Yeshua. Father, I ask for a sphere of your white light, your Son, Yeshua, and that he protect us from any of the entities, Father, and any of the weapons that are being used against us, Father, and that you give us supernatural immunity. Help us to stay strong. Help us to keep our feet firmly planted. And Father, I just thank you for this time. I ask you to continue to open our ears and our eyes and our hearts. And I thank you and I praise you in your almighty and awesome name, Jehovah, the Almighty Elohim, El Shaddai. Amen.
Amen. So thank you, Holly. And I'm going to thank everyone here for their contributions today. And again, if you're listening to us on YouTube, like the button, share the thing, make a comment, put your comments in below. And I read them, I listen to them. Sometimes I respond, sometimes I let them go through. If you're going to be stupid, then, I'm going to delete you. Just common sense. But anyway, we look forward to hearing from you. And until next week, we got more to study. Go ahead, practice up, read the scriptures. You know the Torah portion for next week. You can study ahead. Get ready. Have some intelligent questions or comments or things that you can share with all of us so we can all learn. So with that, I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom, but I forgot. I got to turn off everything. So give me a second, find all the buttons again. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Bye-bye.